How you doing? Welcome to the show. My name is Shawn. You can find me at Boss Mafia LLC on TikTok and on Instagram. Finna break down a bunch of myths, answer a bunch of questions. Just enjoy the show.
Holy moly donut shop, huh? Say it with me, guys. Holy moly donut shop.
Holy moly donut shop. Holy moly. 40 leave him like a donut. Holy moly. Pull up in shoe like Janot. Can't wear the rollie without the polo. Holy moly. 40 leave him like a donut.
Brother, I wrote about the stars, I wrote about the moon, I wrote about things in the sky that go boom. I wrote about death, I wrote about life, I wrote in the morning, afternoon, and at night. I constantly search for new ideas. I talk to my elders, my friends, and my peers. I study astronomy, history, and religion. My analytical mind is constantly on a mission, struggling and striving for the perfect poem, bracing myself for the perfect brainstorm. The more that I write, the more that I note. My best poem yet is yet to be wrote. Yahsinni.
This all the time, and I swear it won't stop. These people throwing shade, I be throwing sun rays. Some people want fame, I be putting you on.
Peace, love, and salutations. Welcome everybody one more time for part two, UCC-1 Education. From those that know, we got the brother Shawn. We got the brother Prophet, Mr. Prophet in the house. We also got the god D Calico, the Empress Yahsinni in the house. As always, we're expecting a lot of nukes today, family. There's gonna be a lot of nukes dropped, all right? So we're gonna look into some of this info that Brother Sean been breaking down since the last time. We appreciate y'all. We love y'all for tuning in. Be sure to share. Be sure to like. Make sure that you tell your peoples, and comment, interact with us. We're going to be here for a while. It's going to be a long one. So grab your pen and paper, get ready. And we're going to start with the God himself. Shawn, can you tell the people? I know you already introduced yourself. You already told them, everything else. But since, we are presenting your information today, along with the knowledge that we've acquired, can you tell us one more time where the people could find you at?
Boss Mafia LLC on TikTok and Instagram.
Buzz Mafia LLC. That's what's up. That's what's up. So we'll go to Brother Leaf. Can we get you to tell the people who to find you?
Definitely. You can find me on Mr. Profit 369 on Instagram. Coming soon, the roundtable.com website. You can definitely find me there also. We'll be helping everybody out financially. So that's amazing.
Most definitely. We appreciate you, brother. We definitely appreciate you. We also got the God himself, Deep Calico. Can you please tell the family who you are, where they can find you at?
Woof. Y'all already know. I'm in the building. Definitely chop it up. So it's gonna be a good one. You know what I mean? I think y'all know. If you don't know, you don't want to know where to find me. But y'all see the name, it's D Calico. We in the building.
As always, we have the Empress herself, the goddess of all goddesses, Yahsinni. Can you let the people know who you are and where they can find you at?
Yes, I am Yahsinni of Yahsinni in the House. I am the owner of Yahsinni University LLC, and you can find me on Facebook as Denise Grant. And welcome to the show. The chat, everybody in the chat, I already just sent out a piece of love. I want to thank my panel for agreeing to come on the show tonight. Special shout out to you for coming back. You knew you had a lot to unfold when you came the first time, and tonight it's gonna be on fire. Somebody's leaving here with a headache.
Most definitely, most definitely. We appreciate you, sis. So, like we said, this is UCC-1 Education from those who know part two. All right. So we going let's address the first responders because we have the usual suspects in the house. We do have Music Land HQ 82 directly from the island Jamaica. So he's the usual suspect. We appreciate him. We love you, brother. You're always around to support us, regardless of the channel that we're going live on. So we appreciate you for coming today. We also have the Empress herself, the goddess Gemini 9 in the house. So she's also a usual suspect. We appreciate you for being here. Um, Let me see. Is this
That's correct.
Yes, here we go. Are y'all ready? Open the thing. This is Asaret.
Yes.
Teresa. Teresa, welcome to the show, Teresa. You know we love you, girls. So enjoy the show. Comment, like, share, and we'll go from there. We also have, obviously, we have Yasini in the house. Make sure that you go like and share and subscribe to her channel. Also, find her on the Yasini University. All right, that's her backup channel. So last time. Brother, it was a good one. We went 3 hours strong. The information
Yeah.
was explosive. We are glad that you're breaking it down for us, especially on the level that you are presenting the information. We are glad to have you here. Where do you want to pick back up? Because there was so much that we that we touched based on last time, and today I want us to whatever might have been left out, not purposely, but whatever we didn't get a chance to speak on last time. Maybe we could touch base on it today. First of all, how you doing, brother? Appreciate you having me here.
Man, I'm doing good. No complaints. Woke up, see another day. So
Good
too
stuff.
much
Good
I can
stuff.
say.
And just completely, out of subject and everything else. I saw a white dog. Is that a husky?
Yeah.
Is it a girl?
No, that's a boy.
I was gonna have a talk. I have a white husky myself. Look
Ooh,
exactly like that one. Exactly
pretty
like that.
dog, pretty dog.
Yeah. Mine's his name is Lucifer, but I was like, wait, is that a husky that I just saw? And it's but anyways, I'm a husky man.
Yeah.
I'm the
Me
task.
too, man. I just got home, so he been in the house by himself, so he on attack mode right now.
Well, we
So
appreciate
Taz,
you for being in the show as well. Go
Taz,
ahead, sis.
if I might, Shawn,
Mhm.
it's so much, but can you just do a summary of what you told us in part one? And you don't have to go into detail on anything yet because we're gonna have some brand new questions for you. But if you just for the new people, like I don't know if Gemini 9 was here last time to put any questions in. Aseret didn't get to put questions in, but just tell them what the summation is of what we talked about in part one, as far as
Uh,
UCC-1 goes.
Part one is basically talking about starting the process of becoming your own unincorporated private bank and being able to write your own bills of exchange and exchange it for Federal Reserve notes and basically make your own money, pay your bills, and
And so I left out of there believing that we would be on the road to becoming sovereign and therefore have access to our strawman account. But I found out later on, or I think I did, I found out later on from you that you don't have to complete the UCC-1 process of becoming sovereign before you can have access um, to your strawman little fortune or mini fortune or whatever it is. Is that true?
yeah, pretty much. Everything you're gonna do is it's already set up. Uh, the strawman account is actually a trust and it's set up in your name, so it falls under trust law. So you're a beneficiary of that trust. You can't you can't physically take money out, from what I know right now, but you can appoint a trustee to take some money out. It's basically what. All right, so if you go get a loan from a bank, say you apply for like a $10,000 loan, you're going to give them your social security number. That's your bank account number to the trust. They're then going to, if they grant you the $10,000, they're going to pull the money out of your trust account and put it in escrow. It's going to sit in escrow for the entire time that you have whatever money they're going to give you. They take you and they give you Federal Reserve notes, which are taxable, and then they tell you to pay it back. When you pay it back, they take your money out of escrow and they put it right back in your account. So it's a trust, and you're the beneficiary. So the only thing you're doing is using basically Form 1099A. You got to fill it out a certain way, but you file it. You give, say you want to buy a car. You got to find a dealer who will take it, but you give him his copy of the 1099A. He fills out a couple more files, and then the Treasury sends him a check in about 45 days.
And so, how does this money get into that trust in the first place? How does it accumulate? I mean, where's the money come from?
All right, so the entire system. All right, so if you read Modern Money Mechanics, banks don't have money to lend, so they're lending Federal Reserve notes. That's not lawful money. Lawful money is gold and silver.
Mm-hmm.
They took all the gold and silver. You'll never see like money, gold and silver anymore, unless you find like a collectible coin somewhere out there. But majority of the time, lawful money doesn't come out of the banking system, so you'll never really see lawful money. The Treasury has lawful money. The Federal Reserve has Federal Reserve notes. They killed JFK and Lincoln. Both got murdered for basically giving out United States notes, which are tax-free notes. Federal Reserve notes are taxable. The United States notes are not taxable. That's what really happened to them. That's really why they got murdered. So it's everything is about money. Since banks don't have money, they use your money as collateral and they make bonds in whatever that is. Majority of courts nowadays they're not really courts. They're making bonds in your name and they're locking you up as surety or collateral to the bonds that they made that are in your name. So when your parents sign your birth certificate and they give it to the government, they sign the birth certificate, they give it to your hospital. The hospital registers you as a living person, and then they take it and they give it to the state government. The state government registers you as a living person, and then creates another birth certificate and sends it to the federal government. The federal government registers you as your straw man or your estate, your fictitious being, whatever you want to call it. They register you as that. They send that over to the Treasury. They make the account. That's your social security number. They take bonds and they put it on that account, and then it gains interest pretty much for the rest of your life. And all your transactions that you do are collateral to that account. So since you grow up your whole life thinking that they made a company in the same name as you, So you think that's you. So they hold you as surety to any money or any bonds that are made up. You're the collateral.
Facts, brother. You mentioned to further elaborate on what you just said. You
Stop.
mentioned lawful and legal money. Can you break it down a little bit for those that but that are not aware? Just pretty much, what's the difference? We all know the functions of what money does, and what is utilized for. So, can you give us a breakdown on lawful versus legal money?
Yeah. Well, basically, back in the day, the only money that you had was gold and silver. They implemented Federal Reserve notes to stop merchants from getting robbed on the streets and losing their gold and silver. So it's a promise to pay. It was credit, like from the federal government. You used to be able to take a dollar bill and go to a bank, and they'll give you a silver dollar, and then you walk out with your silver dollar. If you want to travel and you needed some money, you take your coin purse, you give it to the bank, they give you paper money. Then when you get there, you can either pay with the paper money, and whoever gets it can just cash it in for real cash. So that was lawful money. Um, the bankers basically came over here and they bankrupt the United States and just weaseled their way into a point where the Federal Reserve became our bank, and their Federal Reserve notes became our money. But a Federal Reserve note is a promissory note. It's a promise to pay. It's an IOU. It's not real money. Technically, you can't pay credit with credit. So lawful money is gold and silver. They took all the gold and silver from all the Americans and they gave it to the Federal Reserve Bank. And the money is just sitting in the bank somewhere. It's probably in like the Vatican or some shit like that. But the,
Right.
the actual money.
So
So
pretty much,
the banks use lawful money. You'll never get lawful money. You'll never see lawful money. You'll never get your hand on it unless you become a bank.
right. So pretty much, in a nutshell, they replaced the barter that was in place before, where we were exchanging goods for actual services or other goods. And now we are just living under a promise to be paid in exchange for this fiat currency that we are currently under for a limited amount of time, because we all know that's going to go a separate way with that for real soon. But can you tell us a little bit about how these bonds were created without people realizing what was going on?
People don't really like to read. Um,
Could you repeat that one
majority of
more again?
people don't like reading. Majority of the stuff that'll change your life is in books. They don't really put it on movies. You might be able to find a little bit about it on YouTube, but majority of it is it's in books. Like they put it all in books. Like all the remedies. Like, the bankers who created the system had to be able to control the system. So it's a remedy for pretty much anything, any problem that you have, and pretty much every law that's out there. Every set of law, trust law, common law, civil law, maritime law, all the different laws. There's a remedy to get rid of debt. Debt in the Bible was sin. Like you're not supposed to be in debt. You're not supposed to have debt on you. It's considered sin. So it was never set up for that.
Right. So when
Well,
we
it was. They took it from Babylon, and Babylon was the first nation to run and perfect this, and then Rome took it from them, and then Rome and the church spread it all over everywhere. Under the if you go die or you go join this. Yeah.
Those are facts. Those are so facts.
Can I? It sounds so crazy though, because it's like this thing like that they have created, called like an economy or whatnot, or you know what I'm saying? It literally is very cancerous. They literally everywhere it's gone, it's also left. You know what I'm saying? In a sense, like so, it's this thing to where it's literally set up to eventually be bankrupt. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, once you start the game, the end of the game is to be bankrupt. It doesn't matter if you're a country, continent, village, or whatever. Once you get into the monetary system of exchange, you will eventually be in bankrupt. And then that's when, like you say, they slide in and say, well, hey, listen, you ain't got no money and we got a lot of it, but you got to do now what we tell you to do.
I mean, once you control the money, if all the rich people in the world, they control the world, so they change the economy, they do inflation, they're the reason all that happens. Just wake up one day and hey, we want to do it. I mean, the economy is set up to basically make you a slave, a mental slave. You become a slave to your debts. Everything you want is going to put you further in debt, and they're going to show you all day long different stuff you want, different cars, different houses, different lifestyles that you want and you want to obtain. So you got to work and stress and give your body and give your energy and give your blood and give your sweat and give your tears to get this. And
hey, brother, excuse me. I should have had my camera on so y'all could see that I was trying. I wish I could like wave, man. I'm probably going to put it in the private chat when I really want to say something. But what I was going to say, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but the word eco means like earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like they be really playing with us. They'll tell us, you know, economy or economics. Like, you know, economics, when you put nomics on the word, it means the law of. So we talking about the law of the earth, huh? You know what I'm saying? Are we truly doing that? Or like economics or economy? You know, nomi truly means name. So it's like saying, are we studying the you know what I'm saying, the names of the ecosystem? I don't think so.
It's I think it's more supposed to be like the monetary system, the money exchange.
I'm just
the
showing
Bible is technically the Bible is technically common law. Like the Bible talks about everything from lawyers to bankers to Jews to all of it. Like that was the law of the land. That's common law. I think it into a religion.
Levitical.
It's a book of commerce. It's telling you how you're supposed to live your life, basically.
I think Calico was kind of pointing out the spell of the, you know what I'm saying, of the word that they chose to identify what this is a spell that attracts you to it because of, like you say, nature. We're very natural people, you know what I'm saying? And then the nomics, like you say, the study of, like, we're curious, you know what I'm saying? So it's like that spell and words are very important. Definitely.
They were way more important back then than they are now. They've changed a lot of the meaning. So yeah, a lot of the words, a lot of stuff that we say don't have the meaning we think it has because we've never actually looked it up. So that's true.
Even scary, it still does, and we're casting spells.
Yeah, we just don't know
that we're casting
until you look it up, and then you're like, "Oh God."
Yep.
So when we're looking at this money, brother, that we're utilizing, would you say that that money holds any actual value now? Because we all are aware that when we're speaking about fiat money, and I'm pretty sure you mentioned it the last time, when we look at the dollar, within the dollar, it says that it's a note. So what kind of note? It's a promissory note because it don't hold no actual value. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if it don't, then it's a promise to be paid. But is it really getting paid? Does this money have any value behind it, brother?
Kinda. Not literally. Literally, it's just paper. But I mean, we kill for it. We sell drugs for it. We steal for it. We beat up people for it. So it has value. It just doesn't have like value in the sense that it's credit. But your whole life you've been told that you need this. Like you have to have it. So it's intrinsic value, if you would.
Yeah.
Most definitely. So when the money actually was being backed by a commodity or a precious metal, well, what we call precious, because when we look at gold in general, Gold is just a mineral. It doesn't hold any actual value other than the value that we give it because of what we're utilizing it for. So gold
Well,
is very well a conductive material. So it is in today's society is utilized for a lot of things.
I
But as
was going
far
to say also, uh, I wouldn't say it doesn't hold value. I think we just haven't studied that gold is a crystal, and the value that gold holds is what is the word I want to use? Ageless. It keeps you youthful. Hence the vampire effect when you see it on movies.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that.
They put
Gold
it in
anti,
water.
it's
Gold
literally
water.
anti-aging. That's its health property.
Exactly. Yeah. It's antioxidant. That means the cells won't die. You know what I
Right.
mean? That's the thing about oxidation. Oxidation.
Like
Yeah. That means
some
that means the electrons have left whatever the thing is. You know what I mean? So when oxygen kicks in, I mean obviously the cell is dying. But we need oxygen to live. So is that I always say it's that Ouroboros.
So I would say that's kind of the reason why if whoever created this system chose something, they chose that. And they chose it because we chose it initially when they came to see us and we had so much of it. Because we realized, what I'm saying, what it can do. And that's why the most powerful person normally had the most of it. You see what I'm saying? So that wasn't on accident. You know what I'm saying? That's purpose.
I mean, really,
we just don't know.
We never really broke free of Britain. Majority of the stuff, our traditions and stuff over from here, we got from there. Like we didn't win our independence. We paid for our independence.
Those are absolute facts, because a lot of people are under the impression that that after this war that occurred over here, that all these Brits went back home and it was like yay we won, but they don't realize the fact that there was already a contract that had been made previously before the war. The war was literally financed both sides by those people over there so they could in place the system that they already had in place over in
and it's all insured. All the soldiers were insured. All the slaves were insured. All the slave boats were insured. If they hung a nigga back in the day, they got paid for it. That's why they was killing us, just to kill us. Because
and I have a question. I just always money always kind of interests me, but it was just the credit and interest and how they interweave into money is very interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? It's literally like the secret sauce to I feel of the bankruptcy process that's going to happen. Insuring, how do you insure something that doesn't exist, which is credit? Just think about that whole concept.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, I just wanted to add, because we was talking about the colonizer, in effect. So what see, the word colonizer makes it simple to see that we really truly talking about a lot of people. And we're not talking about one group. So the people that we give the credit for creating the US, those colonizers, well, they're not the British colonizers. And when you study each state's constitution, you'll see what side of the field they was on. Like Georgia, the Georgia Constitution is under King George, obviously. That's what we're talking about, Georgia. So we're talking about the British, and their constitution only acknowledges them. It never really acknowledges, the colonials that we give credit to being those 13 colonies or whatever. Or was it 13 colonies? Yeah, like they're really not supposed to be nowhere but Washington, D.C., those little 13 square miles. But obviously, they played on our minds to not even look at our own constitutions and see what's still going on.
Yeah, I mean, they just throw a bunch of shit in your face, bro, distract you. People, like I said, people don't really like reading, and it's really fucked up because they did used to kill us for reading, and everything is in the books. Like,
the epigenetics of going through trauma on trying to learn. So now that's why we kind of low key, if you notice, when we're young as kids, we chastise the kids who want to learn.
Mm-hmm.
We have generations of epigenetics of trauma for trying to learn, and that's deep right there. You know what I'm saying? That's
the school system
the
is set up to make you fit in and be a worker. That's what it trains you to be. Fit in to be a worker. Work the rest of your life, get this degree, go in this debt for it, and pay us back everything.
Look, because they know the best thing about school, period, is socializing, and they won't let the kids even do that walking in the hallway. You can't even do it for 5 minutes. So they're trying to train them to conduct themselves like good workers. You feel me? Knowing that people only like school because of social, the social life.
Yep.
And so, Calico, I'm glad you joined us today because I know your Moorish teachings allows you. Why is it that basically the Moors all know about this stuff? Moors will go expatriate their ass off. They'll UCC-1 and know the entire process. Why is that when we're all mixed here together? Is there a secret about us going to get our piece of the pie? Or why the average Negro don't know anything about this? And Shawn, you too. Both of y'all.
Niggas don't like to read.
I put all the blame on us. But that is.
I mean, it ain't all. Like majority of the information was hidden. They make it hard. They didn't change the language. They didn't brainwash us and a lot of stuff. So it's a system set up for that. They get taught. Like once one person knows, that whole lineage.
I saw Dr. Arlene Bay do the whole thing on here, and he was really, really patient and articulate with it. Yet people still didn't know how to do it. They may get a better idea and start looking up some stuff after we're talking about it. Calico already knows about this stuff. I'm just saying, how come Moors know about more stuff than us? And is it just because they read more? Moors know law. They definitely know about all of this contract and stuff. They know Constitution.
Yeah, that's what noble means, knowledge. So you can't be noble if you're not knowledgeable. You know what I mean? For sure. We pride ourselves on that. Yeah, and in ancient times, what we call it ancient times, royalty was called nobility. And nobility means, obviously the knowledgeable. So we talking about the lawyers, the doctors, the same people that's on top. And, to a degree, because now they got people that have no skills, no intellect, and they still on top. So it's only supposed to be the noble. And that means we would have a place in this world higher than wherever we at right now. If everything was really balanced.
Yep.
And so do white people do this on a regular, or just like some who just got that knowledge, or are they turning 18 and going to get their trust?
Oh,
because
I think it's probably like the 1%, the Donald Trumps that got $1 million and then blew up and became a billionaire, because it's a lot of false information out there too. It's a lot of different stuff. It's a lot of different names for it. I just feel like if you had the means to print your own money, my life is gonna show it. Like once I get my birth certificate and put it in there, like that's something that you can't really hide. I feel like. I think it's just like the 1% know about the actual mechanics of it. Because now you got to think with technology, a lot of the stuff is ran by computers. It's not even ran by a person. It's a person just sitting there making sure the computers go.
So where's their actual privilege coming from then?
I think it's just the system was set up by white people. So I mean, it's a lot of.
But they can't tell if you're white or not if it's a machine. or can they? For
Depending
instance,
on, I mean, most
okay,
black
so
people
check
got
this out.
black people names. Like you can't tell everybody, but you can.
Not only
It's
that, but check this out. Your driver's license number, every part of that means something,
yeah,
showing the officials something about you. So
yep,
surely it's coded, your race is coded into your maybe
yep.
social security number, driver's license number, and
Mhm.
everything. So knowing how to code would allow them to code certain things in, because when you
Yeah,
know how coding works, there's nothing in there by accident. There's nothing in there that don't need to be in there. They told it what to run. They told it
yep.
what to look for. If you see this,
Mhm.
then do this. If it's this way, then do that. They wrote that shit is so cold the
I
way
mean,
they.
I wouldn't even put it past them that we got certain codes in our social security number that only black people have, and white people have other codes, and Hispanics got other codes. Like like
I thought
America
that
lied about a lot of stuff.
I
They
was under the impression that depending on on what your last four digits were, you're able to determine whether you're white, black, Hispanic, or Asian, or whatever the
won't
hell.
put it past them.
There is a code. I can't recall of the knowledge right now, but you might want to. I mean, everybody might want to look into. I'm going to look into it again because when I
Hmm.
received that information, I had not put together as much as I know right now as far as the legal system that is in place. But there is something with your Social Security where the last four digits are a. That's the reason why when you go to a job, it asks you for your social, because you could put it where it says race, you can put whatever you want to right there, but with your social they gonna know who you really are,
Yep.
aside from the fact that that the social is being used in the stock market, but
Yeah,
that's
because when they give you the social security card, you used to say not for identification purposes, but now they give it to you, and they tell you not to give it to anybody, but they don't ever tell you why, like why you shouldn't. They're going to steal my identity. No, they can get at your money.
Mm,
They can get at all your money.
wow.
It's an account. If you
those
get your loan form birth certificate, you'll have the other account, your birth certificate account.
Damn.
The bond numbers is on the back in all red. Like it's. I mean,
So
I
how so
yeah.
how
Go
are
ahead.
these white folks being able to live like they do, like so many of them? And I'm not talking about the 1% now. I'm talking
Hmm.
about like I'm in Wisconsin, so Milwaukee is um, Milwaukee is predominantly where the Negroes live at. But when we go
Hmm.
right up to Menominee Falls or Waukesha, all the houses are laid out and immaculate, and it's a lot
Yeah.
of them. Apparently,
I mean,
a lot of them,
I can answer that. I went to a predominantly white school. Like
right?
white
Absolutely.
people's white people's parents helped them and trained them on credit and stuff when they kids, and they helped them. Majority of them helped them buy their first house, helped them buy their first car. Like they helped them along in life.
Hmm.
Most black people, my parents didn't know about credit. They ain't fucking credit when I was growing up. So like you don't get taught that. You don't really get taught money. You get taught work to make money. This is how you make money. You don't really get taught why you making money. You don't get taught anything about it. White people get all of them don't have all the knowledge, but you get taught the simple stuff like credit and how to get good credit score. White people will take out a credit card in their kid's name and pay it every month. So when he get into college, he already got a 750 credit score. You got a 750 credit score, you can shake life. Like, it's,
Yeah.
it's all about it's all about knowledge and lack of knowledge. Like if
That's
Oh
your
it.
yeah.
parents is teaching you this, then you go know it. You go teach your kids and your kids and your kids, and eventually your
Right.
whole family go start going up. But if you
That's
don't
it.
know it, then your family just go like this, and that's
It's
why most black people don't know it. So it's just straight across through generations.
and it's so evident. It's like you've come to a mental block to where you don't know something, and now you need to add more to yourself so you can know more, so you can do more. It's really that simple. Like it is. you have to learn to do. Like even the job a person's on right now doing, they had to have training before they started doing the job. You know what I'm saying? So there's always a point of educating yourself to do everything. So the person that educates themselves is always going to be the person that's successful. Like there's not bums on the street that have a wealth of knowledge. If so, they wouldn't be bums. That doesn't make sense.
But you got to think. Majority of people live paycheck to paycheck. It's not a lot of people. The average income of white people is only like 50,000 for men. Like white people ain't just out here balling like that. Like it's just
no, but their houses look like
better than us in a certain area. But then you live in this area and see them living
off credit
in the ghetto.
Yeah. They living
a
off
lot of them is living paycheck to paycheck and living off credit. They know a little bit more than us. So, and you got your parents to help. The ones that don't end up on the street.
Look right here. That question. So why did they drop the word noble and all that? See, it's a lot of things that go into it. Like if I tell you that we the real Aryans, people don't want to connect to that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm not an Aryan. You know what I'm saying? But we the real Aryans. That's why you see it on words like Rastafarian, or even when you saying a veterinarian, and all of these, it seems like a tie, because you're gonna see that it shows nobility. You feel me? Anytime you see an Aryan, a breatharian, you feel me? These people real life specialize in breathing. I'm talking about like don't eat, don't drink, just breathe, and they living. I ain't lying, bro. It's crazy.
Let me address this.
Wait, can I address a comment that basically said I don't know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's what. Before you do, brother, I'm gonna let you at it. I just want to stress something real quick. If there's one thing that I'm gonna be sure of from here on out, there is ways to express yourself and ask a question or relate a message or a comment without the necessity of using downgrading terms where you're telling somebody that they don't know anything. So instead of bashing somebody from your opinion of what you think they know, you obviously have no clue of what he really does know or don't know, because you're not him. So we're gonna keep it simple, because from here on out, I'm not gonna have a problem with just kicking you off the chat, because I don't have a problem.
Don't kick him off. I want to answer his question.
Let him hear this first.
I don't have a problem with you answering, asking questions and interacting with us. But don't attack nobody in the panel. You could have just asked for the link and could have came in the panel and asked a question and build with us instead. So can we keep it that way? With that said, brother, go ahead and answer the brother.
All right, so it's all about trust. Private and public don't mix. They don't mix. But you are a public person. You're not a private person. You haven't taken any steps to become a private person. So you live in the public. Your trust is in the public. The way you get it out of the public is you make it foreign, but you probably don't know nothing about that. So I know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, fuck up out of here. You are a beneficiary to the trust. The trust was made by the government in your name. You are the beneficiary. Until you liquidate the trust, you remain a beneficiary. It's trust law. Read some trust law. Please read some trust law. You can join the panel, come with some facts. I like people to challenge, say whatever it is you feel.
Right, most definitely. Ask for the link.
Come with facts, bro.
As a matter of fact, I have a new thing that I'm gonna enforce from here on out, and it's gonna be source up or shut up. Bring your ass on up here and show us your sources. Speak on your truth, and we gonna look it up and back it up with a source. And if you can't back your shit up, just sit your ass down and shut up. Because listen.
If you still paying taxes, you public, bro. From your paycheck, from any of that. If you pay the government anything, you are public. You are still public. So how you gonna say they don't mix? They don't mix. You're supposed to be private. You're supposed to be striving to be private. You are public still. So the trust seems to happen when you become private, but you'll have to take the steps to become private. So while you're public, if you want access to some of the money, then you have to do it in the public. 1099A.
Hey, can I add? Don't let them goat y'all into messing up the video, because this video good for the youth. You know, I don't care how young a person
I
is.
was gonna say, like, no offense to anybody that's in the chat. Like, just you can say whatever you want to. We're just gonna just talk. We don't have to even acknowledge, and not to be like disrespectful, to not say we're not acknowledge you being there. But hey, we just came as to build. We're not finna be checking on the chat. That's that we
I mean, I like answering questions. So like, if you got a question, just ask the question. So it'll give us a lot more to talk about and go deep on. Just ask the question. Like,
right.
Like if you want to know more about something, don't be like, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Just be like, hey bro, go into this more. What do you mean by this? Problem solved.
Yeah,
We'll talk about it.
Get them, boys. And look at it. What's his symbolism on his name anyway?
And I think
hold on, he typed something else. You get your 88 number for your estate, and you pronounce your straw man dead. And then you get your 98 number, which is a foreign estate, and you get another 98 number, which is a foreign trust. And then you liquidate your birth certificate, you liquidate your driver's license, you liquidate your house deed, you liquidate all the contracts you've made, and you put it into a foreign trust. And then you become a private, unincorporated bank. You can write your own money. You can exchange bills between the United States. You can do all that, but you got to take the steps. Until you take the steps, you public.
That's deep.
So, is that the answer to you don't liquidate the trust?
Yeah.
Or the benefits?
You liquidate it all. When you get to a point that you can liquidate it, you probably, this is probably going over because you weren't here. Like when you get to a point that you're ready to actually become sovereign, you spent your entire life signing your name on contracts all over the place. All these have bonds on it. All these are ties to the government. How you gonna become private if you got all these ties to the government? It's a 1099A. 1099A is acquisition and abandonment of secure property. 1099B is a brokerage form. 1099C is a cancellation of debt. I suggest you look those up. It'll change your life.
Mm-hmm.
And those are some things. Oh, go ahead, sis.
I just booted him. I don't want to see him anymore.
Oh no, I was gonna say, and those sound like some practical things that can be done like immediately, right?
It takes time. You gotta get your long form birth certificate. That's gonna take 90 to 100 days. Then you gotta write up a security agreement between your straw man and between yourself. A power of attorney. You gotta copyright yourself. Then you gotta do a UCC-1. Then when you do all that and send it in, it takes 3 months for the bond secure. And then the Treasury will, once the money is in the account, the Treasury will send you a Treasury card to let you know that the money is there. But you can get your estate number tomorrow. You can get your 98 number tomorrow. It's just right now you really can't do with them until you get to that point. But I got my estate number. At this point I just gotta make myself a death certificate and send it in.
Yep. Anybody that's called a minor obviously is not this. And the people that you hear of that are not minority, they are living like this. I promise you. That's why, they'll be like, oh, some white people are minorities too. Yeah, I know. Because they don't have this knowledge. You know what I mean? So at the age of 18, you're supposed to actually get in your proper person status. Well, 6 months after turning 18. Yep. But look how old we are.
Yep.
Just truly realizing that. I know I was at least about 28 when I realized, dang, I was supposed to do that at 18. You know what I mean? So
when you become a man, you're supposed to step up and administer your estate. You're supposed to take over it. It's supposed to be on you. You're supposed to use it to take care of your family. Like, just they don't teach you. Don't nobody really teach you. And then they try to scare a lot of people. A lot of people will get the information. They just be too scared to do it.
And what kind
Somebody
of
said, say
what
it
kind of
again.
legalese is it if you know, if you can have that money right now, but you need somebody over you. Say you the
It's
beneficiary of it, but you got to
that's
go and
that's
appoint
trust law. It's three positions in a trust. It's the grantor, which is the person that gives you the money. It's the trustee, which is the person that administrates the trust, and it's the beneficiary. You can't be all three at one time. You can only be two. So you're already, since you didn't set it up, you're automatically the beneficiary. You're not the grantor because the government gave you the money, and you can't be the trustee. So you have to delegate that to someone else. When you give a bank your social security number, they become your trustee. When you get a car dealer your social security number, they become your trustee. Which trust law governs a lot of stuff, because once someone takes your social security number, they now have a fiduciary duty. A fiduciary duty means that you must act in the best interest of the trust. So like, and I was gonna do this, but I ain't really want to. I'll be trying to take the road of least problems. But really, you can apply for a car, and then if they deny you, you can send them a conditional acceptance, and then you can really put liens on them for not giving you that car, because you did a fiduciary breach. This is against the law. This is punishable by a felony. It's a fine. It's a felony fine, or it's a year in jail. Like I can have you locked up for a year for doing this.
Damn.
I don't like fucking with people like that. Like if I can get some money without having to mess your life up, if you don't do nothing real bad to me, then I ain't gonna do it. But did you ever look up conditional acceptance, Mr. Prophet?
I'm about to do it right now, bro, on this other screen. And that's
Yep. That's one of my favorite words.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? Conditional acceptance?
A fiduciary.
So if you want something done, like if you got a court case, or you know what I'm saying, you want something to do with somebody, look up IRS Form 56. That's how you sign fiduciaries. So I can just if you took an oath, and you actually, if you take my social security number, I just send you this form, and I'll send one to the IRS, and now you a fiduciary. Now, if you don't act in the best interest of my trust, I can come for you.
Hold on, say that one more time.
This form allows you to appoint people fiduciaries of your trust. So I can give you the duty of doing what's best for my trust.
Being that they're accepting my autograph and my social security number.
Mm-hmm. No, you take a copy of this, you send it to them, and you take a copy and you send it to the IRS. So it's going to tell the IRS that you're appointing them as a fiduciary over your trust, and it's telling them too. So now they have a fiduciary duty. Now, if they do anything that's not beneficial to your trust, you can come after them in small claims court. You can hit their insurance. If you're sending something into a government official, I'll send one of them.
Is this
how
like
long they got to respond?
It puts a they're not going to respond.
Is this some form
They're not
of
going to respond. That's why you send it to the IRS. The IRS, you're going to register with the IRS, and you're going to send it to them too. The majority of the time, they're not going to respond to you. The government really doesn't respond to you unless they want to tell you you're doing something wrong, or they want to tell you to stop doing something, or unless they got some money, and then they might. It's got to be a large sum. Then they might. But even what, did you ever look up conditional acceptance?
I'm looking it up right now. It says let's see what's the best acceptance. It says conditional acceptance means acceptance of supplies or services that do not conform to contract quality requirements or are otherwise incomplete, that the contractor is required to correct or otherwise complete by a specific date.
Yeah. So basically, any bill you get, anything you get in the mail, like any piece of paper that you get in the mail, it's a contract. They're trying to contract with you. So everything is negotiable. You can negotiate that contract. You have the right to negotiate that contract. Any contract, every contract. Although it says non-negotiable on it, it's a negotiable instrument. So say if they send you a bill, send you your phone bill, you can send them back a 1099-A paying for the phone bill and send them a conditional acceptance. And if they don't accept it, then you can go after their insurance. Just mailbox rule is, if I send you something certified mail and you sign for it, you contractually agree to whatever is in that package you just signed.
What?
Before you read it.
Hence the reason why you sign it. Anytime you sign, you basically are contracting something.
They send it back. This is my wet signature for my contract that I sent to the Secretary of the Treasury to put the liens on Navy Federal. That means he got it. He signed for it. You can't be like, no, I didn't. Yeah, I got your wet signature.
Damn.
Send him a fiduciary form too.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so
Right.
So because it sounds like it's similar to like a lien or something like that. Like
it is. I'm not a secure party creditor yet, so I didn't want to put the liens on them myself. So I did a contract with the U.S. Treasury, Janet Yellen, and sent her a contract giving her 35%. I'm putting a lien on her for $3 million. I told her if she collects it, she can keep 35%.
Damn.
And I'm just waiting to hear back. She got it. I sent it like 2 weeks ago.
Does she have to respond?
She probably not gonna respond. They probably just gonna do it. They don't normally respond. It just when I hear from her, it should be a letter saying, "Hey, we collected the money for you,
and I got my 35%."
And they're either gonna put it in my trust or they're gonna send me a treasury card. I want them to send me a treasury card. Go ahead and give me the account I need. Like,
okay,
I want to wait on that. I want you to go ahead and get it to me.
I'm a little bit confused. How's the stock market or the bonds? How can other people just be all up in your accounts like that?
What you mean?
I think it's your signature and your social that.
Yeah, you get them permission. By giving them your social, you get them permission.
I mean, okay,
I'm
talking about at the beginning when we're first born and the birth certificate is signed.
Your parents sign you over to the state.
Yeah, you got women signing things that are under upper Durham. You're probably not legally even supposed to be signing nothing. You're under drug. You got drugs in your system. Women are signing birth certificates. That's a contract.
When you sign the birth certificate, that's the contract.
Hey, I don't give a Hey, even if she ain't on no epidural, no nothing, look what she going through.
Right.
And you trying to fold, you know what I'm saying? That's under threat, duress, and coercion if I've never seen it a day in my life.
Right. I mean, I would let them do it. That's $1 million in your child's name the day they born. Just take control of it. Like, soon as you get the meal, take control of it. Yo, they make your kid a millionaire. You got 3 kids, they all millionaires the day they born. Like, if you completely stop them from doing the birth certificate, then you don't get the money. It's never there. It's never put in that account. It's never made in their name. So if you do the contract and let them make the stuff in their name and give them the social number, and then take
it's
over
a free life insurance policy, basically.
Yeah.
Hey, no wonder they call. Hey, brother, no wonder they call Fidelity.com because they, number one, they infidels. But I'm just saying. They're really talking about fiduciary duties,
Yeah,
and they acting on our behalf.
So I have to find a video, but this dude told me how to find all like majority of my bonds, the on ledger bonds that they've made in my name on Fidelity, and I swear it was like 570 of them. I'm finna find out. I took a screenshot of them.
Damn.
It was like 570 from 10,000 to 35,000. Some of them 15 years old, some of them year old, some of them 20 years old. Like it's
So I'm pretty sure you heard of discharging debt.
Yeah.
Yep. See, that's what we're trying to get to. That's what we're telling them, to the point that we can
do that. You can do that with the 1099A and the conditional acceptance.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We all trying to get to that point. Everybody, not only on this panel, but I'm sure everybody listening, trying to get to that point where we can discharge debt. Like we can go get the nice house built from the ground up and write it off, man. Discharge the debt. That's what they're doing. Like if people really studying their politicians, people do all the voting, but people don't really study their politicians and see the moves they're making. The politicians are discharging that $1 million house, that $500,000. They're discharging debt.
Them are some of the bonds.
Damn.
I took a screenshot of them, and it wouldn't even let me screenshot all of them. Like, so they basically make bonds out in your name for pretty much everything you do, every ticket you get, every time you sign a lease, pretty much everything you do. And this motherfucker, that's the whole thing. It's long as shit, and I wouldn't even all of them.
Damn.
So like pretty much everybody.
I was gonna say it's almost like a contract creates money.
Mm-hmm. Your signature creates
exactly.
money.
Exactly, because what is the dollars that we have right now? It's the same thing. It's called a promissory note.
Yep.
So yeah, that signature on a piece of paper is the exact same thing. You just promised in a note.
And you are totally correct. What is a contract? A contract
is that same thing. It's a promissory note.
To do something. All right. So
yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
But all right, so, discharging debt. If you take a 1099A and when they send you a bill, send them a 1099A. If you got it 1099A, they're free if you get them from the IRS form, or you can do them online at 1099 online. Do a 1099A for the payment of your bill. If it's a car, do it for the full price of the car. If it's a mortgage, do it for the full price of the mortgage. Send it to the IRS. They'll give you a copy to send to whatever bill maker you have, and send it to them. You just paid for the bill.
So
now it's a couple
I
forms.
I got one question.
Yeah.
I got one question. Do people now realize what Kanye West was saying when he said slavery is a choice? I dropped the mic.
Yeah. People got mad at him for that, but it's mental slavery. Donald Trump said it. He was like, they asked him for his tax shit, and he was like, if you pay taxes, you stupid. And it was like, what does he mean?
Right.
Exactly.
If you pay taxes, you stupid. That's what he means.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And all the stupid people hate him because he don't pay taxes. What kind of president
saves money? Like what? Like,
yeah.
But no, okay. So it sounds like what you're saying with this 1099A. It kind of gives whoever you're doing business with, have or owe debt to, the opportunity to take money from the trust, but now they can't double dip you and still bill you for the money they're gonna take out of the trust, and they get paid and they're satisfied, and you get to keep the item that you owe debt for.
Yeah, it's yours.
All right, so
we just cleared that. Hey, Shawn, I'm gonna say this is what I had. Dang, see, this is what I wanted to ask you, right? Put it like this: your mom, because I'm gonna use you so you can kind of see the picture. What I'm saying. Let's say you, mom, Yahsinni, right? Your mom do the same thing. 1099. She get, like she becomes a sole benefactor of her, account. Yahsinni
I mean,
do it.
you already
Yeah.
a beneficiary. Like, so
Okay.
you don't have to do anything to become the beneficiary. She's already
Okay.
a beneficiary.
See what I'm saying is when a person passes, would we be able to leave that still in the family in a trust so that it could still be access to all, like all of your benefactors, you know what I'm saying, your beneficiaries.
Mm-hmm.
So
All
that
right,
would
so
mean, so I'm saying like basically all our ancestors, we still be able to like have that estate to
Right.
that level. Like we'd have a huge estate in a
it,
few years, or if we,
they
you know,
normally, I think they trade it. It's an abandoned. It's about acquisitions and abandonment. After a while, it's abandoned property, and the state go take it. I think it's
boom.
they trade on it for like 10 years after their death, and then after 10 years, it become theirs. If you ain't got
So
it, like my dad died not too long ago, and I don't think I want to hit his wife up, but his new wife, and but I don't fuck with her. But I want to see if she'll give me his estate EIN because then I can get access to his money. But I just don't think she's gonna give it to me. And when I ask her for it, it's so out of character. She probably finna ask me why, and I can't really tell her why. So it's like I gotta try to find a way to get his EIN for his estate so I can get his money before it go.
so question.
Yeah.
If a person has power of attorney of somebody in the family that has passed or whatever, and there's a death certificate, isn't that a form of an insurance also?
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, they're gonna trade it for a while, and then they're finna take everything from it.
There's no way to obtain that particular.
You gotta take over a state. You would have to take over as a state, and you would have to start liquidating stuff. Like you would have to take over fiduciary. You have to take over everything. Like when a person passes, well, really to get your estate number, all you got to do is go on the IRS government site and click I want to have an EIN number, and then it'll have a spot for an estate, and it'll give you an estate number. But giving an estate, people do that after they die. So you're basically when you do it, you're basically saying that your straw man has died. So then you want to set up fiduciary forms between yourself. You want to set up private contracts between yourself, saying that you're the manager and executor over that estate, and then you want to send all that shit into the treasury, and then you can start doing whatever you want to do. But it's the same process. If you do the process for yourself, you would just start doing it for your family members and stuff. And with the estate, the end process, you're gonna have a foreign trust. So it's not gonna be a trust from here, it's not gonna be taxable, they're not gonna be able to touch it. So when you pass after the process, all your stuff will be in a trust. So you just leave access to the trust to your kids. When they turn 18, you can just take their money and you can put it in your trust or set up a trust form.
Right. Okay.
Sister Yahsinni, you wanted to ask a question about
Yes. Calico wanted to see this on display, so I'll let you explain what's going on with it, Calico.
Oh, he got the green, the blue, and the red seal. He got the green,
I
the
just
blue, and the
noticed
red
that.
seal. Yeah, them is completed. I think the number 2, if I believe that's lawful money. That's the United States dollar.
And what's not United States dollar then?
The Federal Reserve note. That's not the United States dollar. That's the Federal Reserve dollar. If the United States notes has United States Treasury on them. That's what you'll never see those. They stay in the bank.
Okay, so the top one is with Andrew Jackson is the Federal Reserve note.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it looks just like no,
The
that's
seals
old
are
money.
different.
The one with Lincoln on it is called blue notes, right? That's old school money.
I haven't really seen, both of them is real old. The red one is like from back. Like that's an old dollar bill. That's a United States note. Like I think they got rid of them in like the 1930s. Like that's an old note.
But there's a date
I've
on
never
that.
seen the blue one before, but you
That
can see it
red one
says United States of America on it.
I thought that red one's red because is that a $2 bill?
Yeah, it's a $2 bill.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a date on there saying 1963.
63. Well, 63. It could have been 63. All that shit was old. I know they went bankrupt in 1933, but that's when they took all the gold and the silver. That's when they took all the gold and the silver from the people and then they signed the U.S. Treasury over to the Federal Reserve and started letting them print unlimited notes.
Yeah, the bottom one says is a 1963 series. The middle one is a series 1953A, and the other one says series. The top one says series 1999. But that's a piece of garbage. That's just a Federal Reserve. That's got the little eagle. Oh, I see. The difference is the United States Federal Reserve seal, and the other ones don't have that seal.
So Shawn,
Hey, that's my bad. I had to go get my popcorn. I seen the text about the popcorn. Hey, but see this is a picture I wanted y'all to share. And right there on that $5 bill, you can see at like under Abraham Lincoln where it says $5, it said in silver. Payable to the bearer on demand. See, that's what we're talking about when we say lawful money. Like that was a silver certificate or a gold certificate, right? So basically, our dollar was backed by gold. So just like the price of gold has increased and inflated, our dollar would have inflated. So we would have went from paying 50 cents to 5 cents. Like, our dollar would have had more power. But instead, we went from 50 cents. Now we got to pay $5 for something that cost 50 cents.
So I mean that's bad, but that's good too with inflation because all your contracts are in lawful money. So when they liquidate it, they got to convert it.
Yeah, they inflate
Federal
too.
Reserve notes,
Okay,
which I think one silver dollar is like 7 Federal Reserve notes now, or something like that, 7 or 8, some shit like that.
Yeah, it's like a buffalo nickel, man. You already know it's worth more than a nickel.
Yeah.
Which explains the reason why the United States went and sanctioned the shit out of Russia, and these motherfuckers like, oh yeah, check this out, from now on fuck the dollar, and they went, and now their money is literally backed by gold. They're the only actual real money out there right now because their currency is actually backed by a certain amount of gold every time you collect a certain amount.
Who is that?
Yeah, Russia. I think Russia is the only place that don't have a central bank. Like
I know
Russia
y'all
ain't with the shit.
Yeah,
I know y'all heard of gold dinars. Like you got gold dinars. You got bullion. Like, bro, they real life got it where you can go get it straight out of the ATM. I'm trying clink, 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 clink. So if you hear one of them Britain people with it sound like a pocket full of money, change, that ain't no change. No, he got the real deal. He got that silver. You know what I mean? Like they
kind of like that money they be using on like that John Wick movie.
I ain't seen. I know I ain't seen movie, but I'm pretty sure you're right.
Yeah,
there's movies. There's parts in the movie to where they're making transactions and they're not using dollars. They're using coins and they're gold. You know what I'm saying? And
and guess what? Over there, like the fiat currency that we use, they would let you buy anything except for like precious metals. You cannot buy precious metals with fiat in their part of the world. But they'll let you eat, they'll let you, sleep, drink, whatever, because because the money don't mean none of them. But they're not gonna let you get these precious metals with that fiat currency.
That's the real money.
Right.
Everybody is still under the same debt system. Everybody got paper money now, so that's the real money.
Right. That's a deep.
I'm surprised the United States still let us buy gold and silver, but I mean our gold got silver and platinum and other shit mixed in with it. So you got to melt it down and take the silver out and just get a solid gold block.
And that just really steers the conversation to have full understanding that, like you say, it's not really the paper money. It's actually the crystals that's on this planet that are the valuable things. Once again, silver is it kills germs on contact. Hence the reason we eat with silverware. Hence the reason we go to
antimicrobial. Yeah,
right.
That and silver. The
Right.
gold and silver.
Right. So it's not
and
that these
copper.
things are, right.
That's
like
why that's the real reason they're precious metals.
Right. They're not just precious just because they shine. You know what I'm saying? They actually have healing properties. But these are the ones that have been placed at the top. All crystals have properties. You know what I'm saying? So if we get into that more, we can kind of, believe it or not, fix things that's going on in our life. You know what I'm saying? We can get to the, if we get other crystals, we can actually get to the gold and silver crystals that we want financially. I know that sounds crazy, but it's actually.
Bro, we're alchemists. We're alchemists. Yeah.
Yep. That's dope.
That's dope. Real dope.
Does somebody want to answer Asaret's question? What if you own coins? Are they worth something?
It depends on if they silver or if they nickel. If they nickel, then no. I mean, the date, it could still be a collectible, depending on how old it is. But unless it's gold or silver, no. Or unless it's just real old.
So what about the $1 bills that are in gold or in silver? Are they
silver dollars?
Yeah. Do they just have a trace of
silver dollars used to be they used to be silver,
right?
Like solid silver. Like they were silver. That's a silver coin.
Wow, mine don't look like that.
Look, that's the whole purpose of, like I say, the dollar bill. When we see that that bird and that pyramid, that was once a coin. That's why they're two circles. That's why it's two circles, because it was a coin. You know, on the back of your dollar bill, it's showing the treaty. They couldn't be caught dead without that in their hand. If they didn't have that, they couldn't cross certain lands. It showed the treaty. It's a treaty. You looking at
how much is that worth, Tazz?
Well, there's a whole ounce. So is an ounce of silver right now is like $5, $25, $27, somewhere around there.
Hey, and the troy ounce is a little bit heavy, a little bit more. Like they weighting system is a little different. So if you get a silver troy ounce, you even oh yeah, he got be banked up.
Damn.
Big shit popping.
Yeah, I guess he's daring you to come get it.
No, he's saying don't dislike, get like.
He's saying he prepared. He prepared for that shit to crash. I mean, they finna get rid of money. It's all finna go to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. They want everything to be trackable. It's finna turn into to just a book entry. It's
everything is gonna be like Cash App.
Yep. A book entry.
Hey, hey, Biden just made the new treasury guy is pretty much the guy who invented crypto.
Yep. They was gonna take over it all along. They just put it out there like this to make us want it. And then when nobody buying it, they started making people millionaires through Bitcoin. And then people was like, oh shit, crypto, let me get on it. Oh, the government can't track you? Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Like, I ain't gonna lie. You know, at one point it was the currency for the black market. And you know, I'm pretty sure it still is. But you know, that's where its roots are. Its roots come from that.
But that was before they started trying to tax it and start. Oh, what? That shit finna be owned by the government now.
That shit was owned from the government from the get-go.
They already finding out ways to track your wallet. They already finding ways to find out who's spending what.
Hey, on the black market, you can order a hitman. I'm talking about. It's crazy, man. You can order organs. You know what I'm saying? Anything you need. You really want a vial of melon, and you know, a whole vial of melanin in a bottle, you can get that.
So I had wanted to I guess that's through a 3-part question, or maybe just I wanted to see if we can kind of come up with like some information that people can get started on that really would affect the things that they have going on presently. And I was like, you know, maybe like if a person has a house you were talking about the 1099A. I was also wondering about if a person has like student loans, is there any process that they can do to get that taken care of? And also cars.
All right, so you got to stop thinking about money as money and start thinking about it as a negotiable instrument. It's a promissory note. A 1099 is a negotiable instrument also. So that's you can tender payment for pretty much anything with the 1099. But
money orders, all that.
If you're doing it with someone who don't know what you're doing, you should have a couple other forms to send with it because they have to fill out certain forms to file to get their check.
Okay.
The other form, you got to fill out. You got to fill out a 1099A,
right?
And you got to fill out a 1096.
A 1096.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I think
it's a couple more.
Go ahead.
They got to fill out a 1099 OID, which if you have one of those, I will send it to them. You got to fill out a 1040V, and then I will send them an 8888 form, which is basically like a kind of like a direct deposit.
Do you have any of those forms?
I'm waiting.
Okay.
When you order them from the IRS, they free. You just go in there and you order them. You can only order like 100 at a time. But a bunch of people been buying 1099As because this shit been like spreading. So they stopped shipping them out. This guy told me that they were changing them so you can change the date on them instead of it being like after 2022 you can't use it no more. You got to get 2022. You should be able to just write the date in them. So I'm in a waiting game right now. Everything I'm doing is really just you waiting on the government. So it's just you just waiting. Like, but I mean 1099As you can do online. It's just if they don't have the forms to get the money, then it's not gonna pay for anything. So when I get it, I'm just gonna send them all the forms. I'll have them filled out for them and everything. Just send us in. You'll get your check in 45 days.
See, I think information like that, if we can kind of get like a walkthrough step by step, on that process for things like, cars, homes, student loans, I think that would be something that is practical. And I definitely think people would be interested in it because those are pretty much the three largest things that we kind of pay when it comes to, the average person and what they have going on in their life.
Right, most definitely. I wish I knew about this, brother. Whatchamacallit?
That's the 1099A.
Right.
Right before I finished 2 years ago when I
fill it out to the Treasury because you know what I'm saying. The Treasury has the account. Shoot, I'm trying to get that off. Fill it out to the Treasury. You got to have the EIN number of the Treasury. That's the EIN number. You put your social in right there. You put your name with the beneficiary under it, your address. You put the account number of whatever you're trying to pay. So if it's a credit card, if it's a whatever the account number, you put it right there.
And the amount.
You put the amount right there, and then it'll say, you put the amount right there, and you put the amount for taxes right there, and then you put a description of whatever the property is, whether it's a phone bill, whether it's a phone, whether it's a car, whatever it is, you put that in right there. You got to get these from the IRS. It's the red form, like they're scannable. So like no one's even going to look at this shit. They go put it in the computer, and the computer is either going to accept it or they're not going to accept it. If they don't accept it, then send another one. Oh, my headphones finished out.
Hey, if people want to, if people are too lazy to do any of this, this legwork themselves, then I suggest they pay the brother Shawn however many thousands of dollars he want. Y'all better pay him. God damn it.
Or continue to work for it. Shit.
For real. If this brother say 5 bands, you better do it fast. Lazy ass.
That's the 1096. It's scannable too.
What's that form for?
This you got to fill this out with the 1099A, and you got to send it in.
annual summary and transmittal of U.S. information.
Yep. So this one you go have the company name, the actual company that you're paying, and then all your information to go right there. And you'll put an X for 1099A. If that's the only thing you filing, you'll put an X right there for that.
Hmm.
1099 OID. This is the original discount. Fill it out like that. Treasury name. Put the company right there. Treasury EIN. Company EIN. Just fill that out. This you don't file this. You send this to them to file. You fill it out. Send it to the people with the 1099A. I would make like instructions basically saying, hey, did I break my thought I broke my phone. I will make like a cover letter basically being like, actually I think I got the cover letter too.
And so you said not all bankers know about this, or
Majority of people ain't gonna know what to do with this. It's like you're gonna have to when I send it in the companies, I send it to the CFO.
okay.
The chief financial officer. Back up. Don't come on here with that. I ain't got time for that right now. Where is?
Can y'all see the resemblance? Shawn, this is just for the people in the chat who wasn't here on the last one. This is my nephew, Shawn Sims, my oldest sister's son.
This one gonna be, you probably ain't gonna be able to read this. I wish I could put it on the screen.
Why can't you?
I don't know if I can, but if you can read this is my conditional acceptance. So you basically telling them you the holder in due course of your presentment. I mean, I sent the money order back. I didn't do the 1099. I took the voucher off the bill and I sent it back. I did a banker's endorsement and sent it back as a money order. So you would change this to say that you're sending them a 1099A, basically to pay off the debt. You would say the debt. I mean, my conditional acceptance is long though, so I got laws and everything in it. These are the proof of claims you got to give me. Like if you refuse it, you got to send me all this paperwork that I'm asking for if you want me to continue to pay. If you can't send me all that paperwork, then we go down. It basically says if you can't send me these proof of claims, then you formally accept and contractually agree to anything that I put in this. It also goes on to say that you got 10 days to respond. After 10 days, you're in default, which means you agree to everything I have, which means you give me your power of attorney to file liens. It's 1.5 million. I filed 1.5 million on Mary McDuffie, that's their CEO, and then 1.5 million on at the actual company. And I mean, once they sign it in the mail, they agree to all this. I got the laws in it and everything. Once you sign for it, you agree to whatever I put in this motherfucker. So
you also saying that you got to watch what you accept this certified mail.
Yep. Or I mean, if you accept something, you need to read it and you need to do what it says.
Hey, brother Shawn, I ain't gonna lie, I gotta call you. There's no way you learned about this 3 months ago. You over here talking about undersigning. You talking about,
bro,
obligator, everything, bro.
I sit here, I watch videos, I read the UCC-1. That's all I've been doing for like since I found out about this shit. Like that's literally all I've been doing,
bro. You're a knowledge gangster.
Like I've been trying to, man. I feel like I gotta get it to work. Like it's
damn, boy. You see
how you have the stuff you'll be able to do, man. Is yeah.
Hey, bro, you see the big picture, bro. I salute you, brother. I ain't gonna lie, I like that.
Appreciate you, bro. Why don't you use the hyphen glitch when you write in all cap letters? I really don't write in all cap letters unless it's the name of a fictitious entity or a corporation, or unless it's CEO of the corporation. That's the only time I write in caps.
I'm saying, brother, was you contemplating this stuff before you jumped into it, or did you literally learn
All
it
right,
out of this?
so how this started, bro? I was up at like 3 a.m. and I was swiping through, just looking at credit stuff.
How long ago did this just happen?
This was probably like it was probably like 5 or 6 months ago. Like I was scrolling through, and this dude was like, look at these laws to remove anything from your credit. So I screenshotted it, and then I ain't fuck with it for like 2 months. And then someone was like, man, look up some of those laws. So I looked up the first 3, and like the third one was negotiable instruments, and then that did it for me. What? I can make my own money? I can write promissory notes to pay off this car I just bought? Let me find out how to do this.
That's dope.
Like it was, yeah. And I mean, once you fall down a rabbit hole and you accept what they did to you, what they didn't tell you, and what it's supposed to be like, then it's like you're not supposed to be stressed. You're not supposed to work hard. You was made to be on the earth and procreate. Like you made to be here and have babies and raise families. Like that's what your life's supposed to be. So
that's it.
I can live with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm living like that. Hey, for real though.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Like you're supposed to be able to get what you want. You ain't supposed to have to go in debt for it. You ain't supposed to do none of that, man.
See, I ain't gonna lie, it's so many being a Moor and doing this for so long, it's always been confusing. Even for me, man, because you got what they call temple Moors, and then you got what they'll call UCC Moors, and like that's their way of knocking us from trying this stuff. Like I've been on, like the first thing I learned about 11 years ago when I, proclaimed my nationality, I was ready to go full blast into this, but some of the Moors I really trusted would be like, oh no, as Moors we don't deal with UCCs, and then the ones that do, they it's so nitpicky, man. How people be hating on each other because those temple Moors probably deep into it. They just don't want you to. And you know what I mean? It's just like a lawyer or a police officer or a judge. It don't benefit them for us to have knowledge of the law or knowledge of
it sounds like when they don't tell you about that knowledge and you in a sense like join them, you're literally like a citizen in their government. That's what they want you to be, sounds like. So they wouldn't want you to be your own government, your own sovereign free person, sounds like.
I don't know who Hearing is, but it depends. It's a different EIN. It's not an EIN for a business. It's an estate EIN. It's 2 different EINs. You get an EIN for your business. When you start a business, you get an EIN for that. But with the EIN I'm talking about, it's an estate EIN. Most people don't get it till they die. They don't really get it. The lawyer or whoever takes over your estate after you pass, they apply for your EIN.
Like just like Noble Drew Ali said, a lot of our best Moors are still in the church. The same thing goes for universities and all of these different fields of work. And man, we got some brothers that definitely don't even consider themselves conscious and all, but we know they're so intelligent. That's probably the only reason I debate them, because I can't wait for them intellectuals to come to this side of the field and do it like you doing it. You feel me? Because man, to do that in the last year, man, yeah, bro. I can't believe you. Bro. Come on, man. I don't know people who go to college and study that hard. But I'm like that too, though. I ain't gonna lie. Like when you get into this knowledge, you gotta love it like that.
Once I seen that I could write a bond for $100 million, $100 million, I was like, hell yeah. I'll never make $100 million in my life. Let's get it. Let's get it. That's all I need to know. That's all it took for me. Like for me, like it ain't a job you can have. It's not a career that you can have that can give you the level of freedom that you can get from this. So you can either spend your time making someone else rich and slaving off your back, or I'm gonna spend it learning shit. Once I found out it was possible, because I don't know what really got me hooked. Because when I first started looking into it, like the whole idea of the money and how they lied to us about the money and how it's not even real and everything was just crazy. It was mind blowing, bro.
And bro, I ain't gonna lie. If you learn all of this, you know, in the comfort of your own home, bro, you make me feel dumb. Because you know what I'm saying? I done been to the lectures. Like I said, I done met the Jonah Bays and all these guys. And most people I know that got this science, man, they really done like been to seminars and all of this stuff, bro. Even though we in the age of information, because I was gonna put actually the same seminar that I went to, I was gonna put it on YouTube, even though it's like 10 years old. I'm like, you know, this is some heavy information.
Yeah.
And it'd be like, you know what I'm saying? If people actually take the time to watch it, they'll learn. But man, our people, man, you know, they only got that, you know, it's a microwave generation. Yeah, it's a microwave generation. They want everything like that.
Right now, 15 seconds or less.
Yep.
15 seconds. You can't tell me why I should listen to you in 15 seconds. I ain't listening to you, bro. Like, that's how I go. I was like, damn, for real? Like, that's how it is nowadays. Instagram, especially TikTok. TikTok did it worse.
Ooh. And bro, and you see China don't allow their, you know, their people to even be on TikTok and all those apps, but a certain amount of time, like it's against the law. They refuse to let their people fall so weak.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
They do it over here because it keep people complacent. It keep you wanting. It keep you working.
See, that's why when the word government is a good thing when they do it like that, because they truly governing your mental for, you know, something positive. Like they refuse to let you fall through that crack.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Right, but America, oh my gosh.
We don't understand that it's like it's so great that you have that book right there, right in the middle of the art of war. We don't understand that it's a weapon. We think that it's you know what I'm saying? We look at it just an app, but we don't look at it as an actual form of weaponry. You know what I'm saying? Like taking and manipulating a person's concentration and focus. That's deep right there. That's like the work ethic to doing something physical. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the work ethic to doing something mental, like your focus, your concentration. You can't even do anything really deep or mental, you know what I'm saying, if you don't have any type of focus and concentration, because it has been dumbed down to nothing. You got a couple of seconds and that's it. You need to be on to the next thing.
Hey, you know, most people should. After you work 10, 12 hours, you
don't got time to
smoke a blunt. Like,
that's how, and that's how they get.
It's a rat race. It's a rat race.
They keep you busy.
It's a rat race.
They got to keep you busy.
I was looking at that. Yeah, that's real. So you could never learn.
Right. Get your time to get off.
You get bored, you might start reading. This nigga might start reading if he gets bored.
Like, Hey, and I was looking at our avatars, like mine pointing up, and I was under Shawn. Then right now it's me. Then the brother got the pyramid that's pointing up. Then Sister Yahsinni even pointing up. It's like, hey, man, we giving it up to brother Shawn today. It's going down. Hey, I appreciate y'all having me on here though, Tazz.
Same, definitely.
You know,
no problem. All of it become banking. And it's all pretty much banking. Here go my security.
Bro, you see what Nathaniel Bay said? He a G2, like Nathaniel Bay been doing this probably a decade like me. And I'm telling you, for this brother to say 5 months, that is insane.
It's gonna be more like 7, depending on if you got your birth certificate or not.
No, we talking about the amount of knowledge that you got in less than a year.
This is my security agreement. I don't know if y'all can see it. This is the security agreement that you're supposed to have between. This is private. You're supposed to have between. Damn.
I think you want something.
and it's got everything. You tell it what you gonna do, what you want on the collateral, compliance with laws.
Hey, Sister Yahsinni, I see the I see the resemblance mentally.
Okay.
It's not so much physically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He should look more like me because I used to smash his ass on a basketball court when he was young.
So
Especially after he was fighting.
Fidelity once again. Fidelity.
It's a bond for $100 million. I'm gonna take that off and I'm gonna make an actual bond. You got to print that on special paper.
On bond paper, yeah.
Then they got your whole harmless clause. That's the collateral. All products, accounts, fixtures, crops, all rent, wages, income, all land, minerals, water rights, cabins, all bank accounts, inventory, machinery, boats. It's got like 80. I think it's like 82.
Hey, boy, you got the blueprint, bro. I ain't lying. I like it.
It's got like 82 of them. It's got a bunch. You just basically all my property and all my future property and everything. And that's when you do your UCC-1, you go write your list of collateral on there, and then you go put this as collateral on there too.
Hey, put it like this, bro. I wanted to ask you, if I wanted to go tomorrow and start a trust, like where do and what do I do?
I don't know how it is where you from. I'm in Tennessee, but shoot, we just go on the IRS form, and it's got you just go on IRS.gov, type in that you want an EIN. It's got a thing, and it says EIN. You'll get it in like 15 minutes. Like, it don't take long to start a trust to get your EIN number.
That's what's up.
But I would if you'll get a trust, I would get a foreign trust. You got to call a special number.
Yeah, foreign EIN.
Is that like when you have your trust set up with the bank account, like in Nevis or something like that?
It's just gonna be a trust that's it's not in the United States, so they can't tax it, they can't take nothing, they can't do nothing with your money. Any account or anything you open up is considered foreign property.
Right. Yeah, I keep hearing about this this company.
That's the number.
Hey, blow it up so I can see the number. Blow it up. So I'm gonna get that number right now. And that's crazy. 1099 is the last phone number. That's crazy. They ain't playing, boy.
You don't want to tell them your social. I will have an address, like just an address in Canada. Actually, before you do that, I will get a PO box and change my straw man's name to the PO box, and then I will get a private mailing thing, and I will make my private mailing. I will make my PO box my straw man's address. I will make my private mailbox my grantor's trust address, and then I will keep my address private, so can't nobody find you. Don't nobody know where you live. That's how you start staying in the private. Just start getting your information from being out there. If you want to reach me, you got to send me a letter. You got to send it to that PO box. You ain't got my number.
Man, hey, this brother off the grid, on the grid at the same damn time.
You got to be your physical person. You got to get off the grid, but your straw man needs to stay in the grid because
I tell people that all the time. It's a tool.
Like you can't go full sovereign. Full sovereign means that
you
got to live off the land. You got to go back to hunting for your food and shit like that. How you gonna pay if you get rid of your means of paying and interacting in commerce? Like you got to have some part still in the public because you got to be able to pay for stuff. You got to be able to live. You want electricity. I know you want a car. You want all that. So you got to be in the private, but you got to have stuff in the public. That's why the foreign shit is a public entity that's outside of the United States. So I'm gonna become I can become my own territory, my own land. So I communicate with you through the same means you would communicate with England or something like that. I'm gonna send you a letter.
Yeah, I tell people,
I'm gonna send you a bill of exchange. Like you're not gonna have my number. Like you send me my letters.
I ain't gonna lie. When it comes to public and private, I be trying to tell people, Like I know people that's done serve the Tom Brady's and all of these, rich folk at these restaurants. And basically what it boils down to is when these people pull out their credit card, it's not that name that you used to. That's just a character almost. Or like I say,
it's a business
versus private.
It's a business.
Public versus
It's a
private.
business.
That's it. It's just in the name. It's just
your living name is your family name first. It's either some people do comma, some people do colon, some people do semicolon. It's your family name first, then it's your first name, and technically by Christian law, you're only supposed to have one first name, so you're not supposed to have a middle name. So your first name and your middle name should be hyphenated. That's your living name. That's how I sign everything. I sign the first name first. Sims, semicolon, Shawn hyphen Andre, comma, BENNE period. Beneficiary signature.
Okay, the same way it is on the truck.
Okay, can you write that down so we can see that? That would be nice. So we can get an example of that.
Or the people need. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, you definitely needed like a chalkboard back there. But other than that, the people need to hit rewind too now.
I'm a visual person.
Yeah. And nothing like a good old chalkboard. See, that's what I'm saying. The Moors, we've been doing it just like that for so long. Chalkboard. Everybody need to write this down type stuff. You know what I mean? That's right. It's just like Sister Yahsinni said, bring the paper and the pen. I'm talking about for good reason.
Yep. Because you never know when YouTube gonna be on that bullshit.
Right. And then you can't go back.
All right, so
and get the information.
This ain't my beneficiary signature. This is my executor signature.
Okay.
But instead of putting EX, you would either write in beneficiary or you would just write BENNE period.
So you know about X-Rail, obviously. Yeah. That's me. I've been expatriated, so I've been X-Rail from my original nomen. But I definitely got to get, I got to get my trust law going on. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Because it's crazy. Because like
it's time for me to execute.
The only real
I
law is
about a
common
lot
law.
of it.
Everything else is just principles and codes stacked on top. And it's like maritime law. When you go into court, that's maritime law. That's the law of the sea. And I don't know how it became maritime law. I don't know how it became the law of the sea. But you're under the law of the sea when you go in there. Basically, your body is a vessel, and they treat it as a boat. That shit crazy as hell. It's trust law
or a ship. It's actually a ship.
Huh?
It's actually a ship.
Yeah. Dock. That's why it's called a dock.
It's your vessel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And by that, they put you under maritime law, which is you're lost at sea. Basically, you're dead and you're lost at sea until you come back and tell them, hey, I'm not lost at sea. So basically, that's what you're doing by
because they got insurance on
credit or whatever. You're being like, hey, I'm not lost at sea. I'm here, and I'm here to take over my estate and manage my life the way it needs to be managed.
Yeah.
So exactly. you said something deep right there, because of course, a couple of 100 years ago, traveling by sea was important. So like everybody pretty much who got, or everything that got on the boat, and even the boat was insured. And then when stuff didn't come back, somebody gonna collect.
They got paid.
Exactly.
They got paid to free the slaves.
Right. So it was like, damn, well, let me get a voyage. And it's almost like now it's like business insurance. People get businesses and literally get insurance on the business and don't really care whether or not that they do good business, because they got the business insured and they're gonna file claims. Damn.
Whole system crazy, man. It's all about money. And I get a whole new meaning about hearing that. It literally is it's all about money and contracts. Like contract law reigns supreme. What you say means something that has power. Watch what you say. You can put yourself under someone else's jurisdiction just by saying the wrong words. You can get yourself arrested just by saying the wrong words. Like
anything you say,
what they say will be used against you. They don't even talk to cops. Don't get mad at them. Don't say shit. Plead the fifth. Don't talk to them.
Hey, bro, they didn't say.
ID.
Yeah, I always like to point out that they didn't say they might use it against you.
They
You know what I
will
mean?
use it against you.
Yeah, guaranteed.
And they trying to ask you shit to get you to incriminate yourself so they can use it against you. That's why you just don't even talk to them.
Yep.
Like,
And it don't have to be that dumb officer.
Questions.
It don't have to be that dumb officer. It's gonna be all of those, lawyers or whatever, those state attorneys and all that against you. So all of these minds coming together against what you said. Oh, he called himself black. Oh, he said he was a straw man. Oh, he pulled out his driver's license. I mean, they're gonna use everything you did wrong. They're gonna use it against you.
Yep. That's why I don't talk to him. I don't fight with him. I'm gonna do whatever you're gonna do. You want to have my ID here? I don't care if you ain't got probable cause, because every law, every right, every time you violate me, I'm gonna violate you as soon as I get home.
Gonna say. See, that's the problem. Our people, we don't use everything they do against or say against them. We have to use it against them.
We don't have to record it. Do whatever the fuck they tell you to do. If they tell you to lay flat on the ground, record that shit. And then when you go home, get to work. Violate them, hit their insurance.
Yep. And I ain't gonna lie, I know a lot of dumb, Moors that be doing dumb stuff and they will not bond out. They'll get in a case and situation and they be like, oh, Moors don't bond out. I'll be like, man, is you stupid? I can't fight this in there. I can only fight this out here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A lot of time you ain't even gotta bond out. You just gotta I would go in early, ask for a special appearance, and be like, bro, I know what you're doing. I know this is a fucking trust action. I know you made these bonds in my name. You have a fiduciary duty. If you get the judge in his private quarters and you tell him that you know what's going on and that you'll hit his ass with a felony, he probably go throw that case out.
Yeah. Release on his own recognizance.
You tell him, bro, I'll pay the bonds off. Like, I'm not tripping. Like, I'll 1099 your ass. Here you go. How much is the bonds? Payment. There's your negotiable instrument.
So you know about with prejudice and without prejudice?
Yep.
Exactly.
I mean, you can if you sign in your beneficiary, even when you settle with them, you can go ahead and if you sign your beneficiary signature, that kind of they got a fiduciary duty now. So you, even though I might not have my rights, you violated. You have a fiduciary breach because you're supposed to do what's best for me and my trust. Like you saying I signed this as a beneficiary, that's my beneficiary signature. So you accepted a beneficiary signature. So you accepted the fact that this was a trust transaction, which means you have a fiduciary duty. But if you don't want to sign it like that, then y'all would definitely sign without prejudice on pretty much everything.
And I love how Brother Tazz always say that your strength is in your brother next to you. So we have to bring up, our family and the people around us so that we can assign these fiduciary duties to the people that we truly trust.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So we got to get them all caught up to speed because we love these people, but they not woke. You feel me? They're not interested in learning.
Yep.
They won't watch this whole video. They, I ain't gonna lie, put it like this: a millionaire said that the law of attraction does work, and what it takes is for you to be obsessed about something. You have to have an obsession in order to get anything. You feel me? So luckily for us, we got an obsession for knowledge.
Yeah.
So I suggest that y'all get an obsession, and you will get whatever your heart desires, guaranteed.
Yep.
Yes,
everything
sir.
It's already paid for. Everything prepaid already.
Just gotta fill out a paperwork
with your energy. People out here playing with their energy and their stress and their lives.
So, as a people, we worry about the wrong things, ain't we?
Yep. Money don't matter. They teach you to worry about money. Money is paper. That shit don't really matter.
Yep. You got the wrong obsessions.
Figure, I want you to get the knowledge. It's not a big deal. That's not really important.
And that's because once you get the knowledge gives you the opportunity to constantly make it. So it's not it becomes something that's nonchalant now. You know what I'm saying? Because you have knowledge on how to obtain it whenever you want to.
The new norm.
Right.
Yeah. That's all. Like once you get it, once you can write your own bills of exchange, even the people that don't get it, I'll pay off your debt. Make it work. You got a fresh start. I know you're not finna get this because it turned out to be it's just a lot of paperwork. If you can't do paperwork, this gonna be hard for you because it's all paperwork.
I would say that even when we think like these certain companies or whatever might help us out and pay a light bill, or even if like a person getting food stamps or whatever the case, these people have just acted like we just say in a fiduciary duty on your behalf.
Your food stamps ain't coming from taxes. That's coming out your trust.
Yeah, it come out your trust.
And your food stamps, your Section 8.
Yeah, all that's your money. That's not
your social. They take that out your trust. That's all prepaid.
It was already.
And they ain't even giving you what you're supposed to be getting. They're giving you a small smidget, like a pinch.
Like saying you don't need all this.
Yep. We're gonna use it and we're gonna make some money.
I'm talking about they're gonna tell you we'll pay your light bill once, maybe twice a year. They could pay your shit every month.
Mm-hmm.
But they're trying to, it's like saying you're a baby. You don't know what's best. I do. I'm doing it once or twice. That's it.
Right.
So question, doesn't your employer have your signature and also your social security number?
Yep.
Like I already know, most businesses.
9 times out of 10, your employer don't know, unless they're a big employer. They're getting their money and stuff from a bank, so the bank is doing it.
Oh, so now I'm gonna tell you the
lawyer and be like, "Hey, this and this." They probably finna look at you like, "What? We didn't go in your account and do anything." No, but the bank did. The bank did. The money that you got came from them.
Hey, I remember I told one of my boss men a long time ago. I was teaching them about lawful money. And I say, next time you go in the bank, ask for your signature card. And on your signature card, I ain't waste my time telling him about undersigning UCC-301 and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But I did tell him, I'm saying, on your signature card, under your name, put redeem and lawful money.
Lawful money. Yep.
I say the bank is going to go bananas.
Yep.
They gonna know what to do with you. Really?
They gonna be like, what? Why are you signing? You got to ask for a manager.
Yep.
And he gonna know. He gonna know what it means. Like, yeah, when you sign when you endorse anything, if you don't tell them what to do, you're signing in blank. So they get to do whatever they want to do. You're supposed to do it. It's called a strict endorsement. Pay to the order of only this person can cash. These people put in this bank, send to the treasury, redeeming lawful money. If you don't tell them what to do, they go do whatever they want with it. And since they don't really teach people what your signature really is and what it means, you just don't know. You don't really know how to endorse shit.
Did we talk in detail about that today? The signature itself, because I think
the signature itself is it's basically like, okay, so
the sign of nature.
All the gold from
when should we use it and when should we not?
I mean, you're not gonna be able to not use it.
Yeah, whenever you agree to the contract,
you have to start reserving your rights when you use it, or sign it with a beneficiary signature, or if you're like you take over your estate and you want to demand some shit, you sign with an executive signature. Now I'm giving you an order. So I mean, you're not ever gonna be able to just not sign. I would read the shit that I'm signing. A lot of people don't read it. That's why my conditional acceptance is like 5 pages, because I know you're not finna read all that shit, and you finna default.
Hey, just like a notary, you'll notice that a lot of Moors will get the whole.
When you write your conditional acceptance, not to cut you off, bro, but you got to get it notarized. You need 2 witnesses. Back in the day, whenever something happened, you had 2 witnesses. So if you get the back page notarized, that's 1 witness, and then there's a form. Let me find this form.
Hey, and I recommend that the witnesses have the same nationality as you. That's another practice.
I make the government witness me now.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you.
What I was just gonna say about the I say just like the notary, Moors will have a ink pad. You go get the ink pad made with your signature and already have the law reserving your rights on the ink pad. Everything, you just stamp that on whatever you agree to. Boom, 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 boom.
I got. You see that?
Yeah, that's fire.
Value.
That's fire. That brother on it.
Stamp it,
That
sign
brother-
it, put your stuff on it. That's the account you can charge for it. But no, the form is called PS Form 3877, and you take it with you to the postal service, and they'll fill it out, and the lady, whoever took your mail, will sign it saying that this is what you gave her. That's your two witnesses. I used to send a copy to the Attorney General of the United States and the regular Attorney General, but it was costing more money, and I was like, fuck it, I'll do it this way smoothly.
And that's the thing about a notary, like she's an officer of the court.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like,
so that's
she's
your two witnesses, the
the
officer of the court, and then the United Postal Service, your two witnesses. You can't say you ain't get it because the motherfuckers who I sent it
Postmaster General
told me you got it, and then I got your signature back. So you can't be like you ain't get it.
Yep, keep them tracking codes and everything for real.
So with majority of stuff that you send that you actually take out or you write, you need two witnesses on it. So I would do both of them. I would print that form out and I would get it notarized and send it in.
And certified mail. Yep. Certified, maybe even certified mail.
The certified mail number becomes your contract number.
Yeah.
That's your reference number. If you ever got to reference that contract, it's the certified mail number.
Operation Wake the fuck up.
Yeah. They about to pay for that shit. All of it. That's the only thing that I've noticed about it. Don't go to war with the government, bro. Like, don't do that. Don't poke a bear. Like, it's still the government. So FBI, CIA, Secret Service, all them motherfuckers. Department of Defense. You don't want to go to war. The government was originally set up to help us. It was originally set up to govern and help solve shit. Just the bankers came in and now they control it. But the government is still your pit bull. You know what I'm saying? When you need something done, you're not finna go collect $1 million from a bank. You finna send the IRS to do that shit for you. You finna send the Secretary of the Treasury to do that shit for you. So just don't go to war with them. Majority of people that's getting locked up because they coming with that energy. And really, like I tried to say this on the last show, you might have the rights, but you got to have the authority. And authority changes based on where you at in your situation. If you surrounded by 3 cops, you don't have no authority. You need to shut the fuck up and play your role. Right. So niggas get shot. So just don't war with the government. Just use it to better your life and better your family. They kill people.
Straight up.
It's fucked up. It took me a minute, man. I was outside screaming and shit. Like, bro, these niggas done lied to me my whole life about everything. Like, that shit crazy as fuck. I ain't gonna lie. It's a hard swallow. But then once you swallow it, you realize that shit, your life can only get better from now. Now all you got to do is get this knowledge. Once you get this knowledge, that changes your whole lineage. Like,
right.
Change everybody who know you, everybody who come in contact with you. That changed everybody's life.
Right. It's allowing the emotions to, do what they're gonna do. Yeah. But then getting back logical is like, okay, boom. All right, this done happened, but now how can we get something off of this? You know what I'm saying? How can we improve our situation? You know what I'm saying? So that's it, man. Just focusing on that part. But you're right.
Yep, just use it. Herring, if you need help with like the 1099As, I showed them and stuff. Just rewatch the replay. Like I showed the 1099As. I showed everything you need to send with them. I think the only form I didn't show was the 8888 form, but it's just 4 8s. I can pull it up as a matter of fact.
Hey. If not, then Herring, you're gonna have to give us, including the lawyer, 50% of your estate once this money drop.
That's Teresa. That's what's her name? What's her name? Teresa backwards.
I said it.
That's a right.
Look at her. Hey, why she got her phone number up there, girl? You know we're gonna call you. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hell no.
And I guess that's why she ain't put the picture. So I
She's
don't
a
know.
little
She
other
gonna get
side
some strange phone calls. She better stop that.
Yeah, you might want.
Yeah.
All right. This is the IRS form. You just send this to them. They put in their own information so they can get the direct deposit if they want a direct deposit, or they can wait for the check. But I send this to them, tell them to fill it out. You'll get your check in the mail. You'll get your check direct deposited in about 45 days.
And who is this for again?
This is for whatever business you sending it to. You go send a package. You go file a 1099A, but then you go file a 1099A and a 1096. But then you go send them if it's a company. If you call them and they know what a 1099A is and they know what you're doing, then you don't have to send them the extra forms. But if they don't know what you're doing, I will send them the extra forms, because if they don't do the right forms, the IRS will come for their ass. So it's income now. So like if you don't file this income, the IRS going to be knocking on your door. So if it's like a mom or pop, or it's like one of your friends' shops or something like that, I will send them 1099 OID, the FAA8 form, and the 1040V. Send it, have them fill them out, have them send it in, have them file it, and then they'll get the check. You basically appoint them fiduciary of your trust and telling them to go get the money.
Damn.
But yeah, if you got questions, I will rewatch some of it, because a lot of the questions is probably going to be answered. But anything else, I mean, we'll do it again. Have like a question session or something.
Definitely. No, it's definitely been a lot of valuable information, man.
Yeah.
Valuable. I'm talking about for me, for myself. So, if nobody else benefited from this, D Calico did. You know what I mean?
I definitely did. Right. I'm like Kelly.
Well, disclaimer: do not take my word for this. Do your research. Do not blame me if you fuck it up. Do your research. I just got to put that out there. I'm doing it. I'm fully responsible for myself. Anything that happens to me, I'm taking it. I'm glad to take it. Just make sure you're on the same level. If you feel kind of shaky, then that means you need to start reading some laws. I would start by reading the UCC, the Universal Commercial Code. That's basically going to teach you how to operate in commerce. That's the laws of commerce around the entire world. It governs all money and financial transactions. So the final goal is to become a bank. When you become a bank, you got to know how to operate in commerce. You got to know how to get money to feed yourself, because you can't work no more. You can own your own business. You can do your own stuff, but you're not. Technically, you can still work, because you can use your.
I'm gonna be honest. Hey, the saddest part about everything, it ain't the government we got to worry about, bro.
Yeah, it ain't.
It's our own people, because you got the scammers. You got so many scammers out there that, man, they made this how they make their living, scamming people, and bringing this up, reeling them in, and making them pay instead of gifting them anything. You won't gift the people anything for free. You know what I'm saying? Like, you truly gifting the knowledge, like we all do. Everybody on this panel, like, you might well say that's what we do for a living, but we're not getting paid for it, so it's not for a living, so to speak. But as long as we living, that's what we do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And people don't even really want the truth, or they wouldn't want nobody that ain't on this panel right now. I ain't gonna lie to you.
It's like the Matrix. You got the red pill, you got the blue pill. Which one you go take? You go stay in the Matrix and keep working and shit, or you go wake up? Which one you want to do?
Right.
Once you wake up, you can't go back.
You just said,
going back.
Just to add to something you just said, because I did forget to do it in the beginning. I just want the people to understand that you what you're hearing, it's only information that, as the brother has said many times, is easily available on the internet, and you should not misconstrue this as some type of professional legal advice or anything. So I'm going to read the disclaimer real quick for all intent purposes. It says the material and information contained on this PowerPoint or this very video the live video that we're doing is for general information purposes only. You should not rely on the material or information about to be presented as a basis for making any business, legal, or any other decisions. The Tazz Show and its affiliates are not legal advisors or consultants. Please make a consultation with a certified legal advisor like a lawyer for further advice. All content, including tips and suggestions, is entirely based on research and data available on the internet. So it is advised not to construe it as professional legal advice and consult a lawyer before making any financial decisions. Because if you come over here and said, well, the Tazz Show said, the Tazz Show has Shawn and Calico was co-signing and Brother Leave was learning and Sister Yahsinni was cheerleading. Listen, nobody did none of the shit you just said. We do not have no type of we're not liable for you fucking this up. Come back, ask questions. This ain't gonna be the last time that you're gonna see the brother here. We're gonna do a lot of builds. We're gonna speak more probably on just specific subjects, just so we could thoroughly answer so many questions right now. We just needed that bomb to be dropped on us. At least for me, I'm speaking for myself. We needed that bomb dropped on us so we could understand certain aspects that a lot of us did not understand. Now that we have this concept, maybe we could go concept by concept. Of course, if Brother Shawn is willing to come back and grace us with his wisdom, we'll be more than happy to have another show in which we go and speak specifically on one subject, probably about an hour show or anything like that, so we could just beat down this one part, then we'll move on to another part, and we can make this even a series. But we appreciate you if y'all understand that this is not legal advice. It's not legal advice. This is not legal advice. But go ahead, brother. My apologies.
And if it was, we would have to charge you for it. All right, Shawn.
Only thing I would like to add is don't go get a lawyer. Just start reading the law. Start educating yourself.
Oh yeah.
You don't want a lawyer to represent you. You want to present yourself.
Yes. Yeah. So
they got to pass the bar. The bar that's from England. They work for England. They work for the crown.
Right.
The bar and the license. It's not a license. It's a club.
Yeah, the British accredited. Like a lot of people tell you, it's the Barristers Association. Yeah, British Accredited Registry. Trust me.
Yep. It's a group. It's not a license. It's a brotherhood. It's a group. And they work for the crown. So, I mean, some of the people is cool, but since they have the hat of the attorney on, their powers are gonna be limited to really actually help you. So. And I mean, when you become a man, you're supposed to start learning this shit anyways. Like once you find out that you can administer your estate, you should start learning how to administer your estate. Majority of the e-commerce part about it is in the UCC. Each individual state has their own set of codes and their own set of UCCs. I would scroll through there, find out what a promissory note is, find out what a bill of exchange, find out what a letter of credit is. These are going to be powers that you have to do commerce with. So you should understand them. When they send you a bill, the bottom of a bill is a coupon. You can actually pay your bill with the bottom of the bill. But I mean, if you don't understand how to do it, then you won't be able to do it. So, and all that is in the UCC.
So Shawn, this statement by Aseret says, I don't know how to change it. She's talking about her birth certificate. She said her birth certificate don't have no signatures on it.
Cause she don't have the long form. She got as a birth certificate is a certificate of live birth. You got two different birth certificates. They give you the birth certificate. That's the bond. That's your copy of the bond. You need your certificate of live birth. It's called the long form. If you go to vitalcheck.com, you can order it. If you're in the county where you grew up, where you were born in, you can just go down to the county clerk and tell them you want a long form birth certificate. And then you go have to authenticate that with the county. So if you're already going down to the county, when you get it, have her notarize it, have the clerk notarize it, and then I gotta find what form it is, but you want to fill out. I gotta find which form, but you gotta fill out a form, and then you gotta send it to your state government, to I think it's the treasurer, and they sign off on it and basically say it's authentic, and then you get it back and you fill out another form and you send it to the federal government, and then they sign it and say it's authentic, and then they send it back. Now it becomes a security, and you become the holder in due course to those bonds.
Damn.
Now you can put them on your UCC, and you can start writing shit. I'm gonna write a $100 billion bond. That's gonna be my insurance, my car insurance, my life insurance, my health insurance, and then I'm gonna write $100 million bond, and that's gonna be the money that I have to do in commerce with. Send it to them. Now this money is gonna be lawful money. You're not gonna get it. They're gonna send you the treasury is gonna charge up a treasury account, and they're gonna send you a card. Once you got it, you have the money. Now you can write bills of exchange and get them to exchange it for the money in the account. You're not just gonna write $100 million bond and they just hand you $100 million. They're gonna put it in an account, and you still got to know how to get it out. That's why you should read the UCC. UCC will tell you exactly how to get it out. It'll tell you how to write things. It'll tell you how to. It talks about conditional acceptance. It talks about how to default people. It talks about how to do torts and how to sue corporations. Like, it talks about pretty much everything involving money.
And how long did it take you to read that?
I ain't done reading it. The UCC is long as far. I skipped to the parts I wanted to know. So I'm still reading. I'm gonna read the whole thing, but as I'm going through, I'm specifically looking for stuff. Like I started the journey to take care of specific stuff in my life. So I was looking to find out how to do that specifically, and then when I found that out, I went looking for something else. So I've read a lot of Article 5. I've read more of Article 9. Article 9 is over secure transactions. That's over the actual payments and sending and receiving and exchanging bills. So I read majority of that, but it's like 9 articles. It's some sub articles. Like, it's long. It's a lot of reading. I mean, it's something that if you're gonna do, it's not gonna be a quick fix. Like, you can get it done within like 7 months, but then you still have to operate with it. And if you can't operate with it, then everything you're doing is just a waste of time. You just finna fuck yourself up because you're finna put your money in an account that if you don't know how to get it out and you don't have any know-how or want to know how to get it out, then they just finna have your money. So you got to learn how to write bills of exchange. You got to learn how to write letters of credit. I don't really fuck with promissory notes. Promissory notes is a promise to pay. I'd rather just write a bill of exchange and exchange my bill for your bill. But you got to learn how to do all that to operate in commerce, to still buy food, to still pay for your electricity, to still buy cars.
Well, if we learned the system that we're in so great, surely we can pick up another system that's actually beneficiary to us. So all we got to do is like redirect the.
All you got to do is read the UCC.
Yeah, let's go of all that bullshit that we had in our head, and then just fill it with real shit that helps us move along.
I would read the UCC. I would study a little bit about contract law, because everything is a contract. Everything is a contract, from speeding tickets, anything that they try to get you to sign, that's a contract. So I will learn a little bit about contract law, just so you know what's what. Even if you have something wrote down on the paper, your words carry more weight than that paper. So if you say something, they can discredit the whole paper that you wrote up just based on what you said, because you spoke out of term or you went into dishonor or something like that. So
wow.
Yeah, everything you say and will be
used. That's why if you start yelling at a cop, he gonna put you in handcuffs.
Why?
They can do it because you're in dishonor, you're belligerent.
And watch this. And nothing you say will be used for you.
Yep.
Like basically, the pen is mightier than the sword. You can't run your mouth. You can't say nothing. You have to. Yeah, now you gotta do it with paperwork. You gotta.
Yep.
That's the only way you can speak. And when we talk about lawful or legalese, it's not a spoken thing.
Because that's what they do to you. They take you down to the jail, and then they fill out paperwork, and that paperwork fucks you up. It don't be them. Like, they take you down. They're like, that's gonna cost a lot of paperwork. They go on, they fill out that paperwork, and then you end up in jail, or you end up having to post bond, or you end up having to pay for something. Every time you step foot in a jail or a courthouse, they finna hit you for a couple million. They finna create some crazy bonds in your name. Like,
How does the 401k plan fit into all of this money stuff? What are they doing? What are they scheming on with this 401k?
Anything you put in a bank account that's owned by the public side is getting traded. You're putting promissory notes into your 401k. You're not putting real money into it. You're putting in promissory notes and they're trading it.
Is that why they can tax you? Say like you want to get your money out early for something?
They, by you using Federal Reserve notes, the Federal Reserve notes are taxable. So anything you use it for becomes taxable.
Wow.
So the only way you get away from paying taxes is you need to become like a resident alien. I live here, but I'm exempt. When you get the 9-8 number, that'll be your tax exemption. Open you up a 9-8 account. It'll be a foreign account. They can't touch anything that goes on with that account. They can't touch it because it's under a foreign jurisdiction. So I mean, once you liquidate all your shit, you won't need like a 401k or anything like that anyways. I mean, you can still do it. You can still do stocks. You can still do crypto. You can still, I'm probably go buy property and shit. You can still do it, but you won't have to. If you want to, do what you want to do at that point.
Okay.
$100 million. You go spend $100 million. If you spend $100 million, you fucked up.
Let me see.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Mr. Prophet.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any expertise thingies that you want to say to the people out there? Because, this panel, other than me, are experts. I'm just here to learn. But I know you can't have a name like Mr. Prophet and then you don't have no secrets. Tell us a few secrets.
Yahsinni got more skills than everybody up here. Why she do that?
Right.
I really feel.
No, I guess my superpower is just trying to be financially smart. So I thought it was financially smart for me to also become a student and listen to another form of finances that the brother Shawn is speaking about. So I'm really here also learning. The things that I know as far as financial are on a lower level, in my opinion, versus what the brother is speaking on right now. The things I know about are more public financially. It sounds like we're talking private financially. So
Okay. So are you going to easily be able to incorporate the information that Shawn has given into what you already know on
definitely. Like I definitely plan on, well, like the brother said, it doesn't kind of make sense to spend money on something that you can discharge. Like what like, I mean, you can go and, I guess you don't want to discharge, your groceries, even though you probably can.
Shit, I'm discharging all of it. I'm discharging gas.
Right. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. If you find the right people that'll accept the paperwork, or you can fill out the paperwork properly, I'm assuming everything that you do transactionally can go through that process.
Once you become a creditor, you're the original creditor. So you'll start filling out the 1099 OID. That's basically that's the original credit discount. Pretty much everything you pay, they're gonna give you majority of it back. They won't give you the whole sum, but they'll give you majority of it back. So when you buy groceries, you'll get majority of that back. Gas.
You just kind of file it like with your taxes,
credit
or something like
cards,
that, right?
Huh?
You kind of file it with your taxes at the end of the year, something like that.
Yep.
Hold on.
You ain't got to file at the end of the year. You can file it throughout the year.
Quarterly. Yeah.
You can file it quarterly. File it every 6 months. You can file it whenever you want to.
And what about lottery tickets that you bought and scratched off and ended up being nothing? I know we can Like,
If you get a receipt,
right.
if you get a receipt, you good. If you don't get a receipt, then you can't do shit about it. But if you get a receipt,
We get
Well,
our
that's a
money
good
back.
thing about that's
yeah.
the only good thing about them credit cards that you get the email receipt to everything.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Oh,
The credit card, just whatever I spend, I would just
yeah.
with the credit card. It's tricky because if you pay them with a 1099, they might close your credit card down. So it just depends on how they want to do it, how they want to take it. So that's the only thing about the credit card issue. If you plan on continuing to use it, the only thing I can think of doing that is just not paying the whole balance off.
mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what I did on mine. I mean, I sent mine out like 2 weeks ago, so I'm just waiting to get all my shit back. But they might close your credit cards down. But you're gonna have that and your credit score go up and you could just get another credit card. So it just I don't plan on using credit in about 6 or 7 months. I'll be pretty much all cash. So
Mm. Really? Cash?
yep,
Cash that they're trying to get rid of?
yep. I'm gonna write a bill of exchange for my lawful money for them to transfer it into Federal Reserve notes. Since it's an exchange, they can't tax it. Transfer me $100,000 Federal Reserve notes, and then spend the money. You still got to operate in commerce.
Right.
Once you take control of all your shit and you become like the secure party, you can literally send people shit like, you trespassed on my estate. I need you to get rid of this. If you don't get rid of this, I'm gonna press charges on you. 9 times out of 10, once they know that you not with the shit, they just gonna start discharging it for you. So it gets simpler later on down the line. You have more. You're right now you don't have any authority. So all the paperwork is giving you authority. Right now you have rights, but you have no authority to enforce those rights whatsoever. The paperwork steps is getting you to a point where you have the authority to enforce those rights. And then you can assign government officials to enforce those rights for you.
And so,
It says something about the birth certificate. You have 2 birth certificates. You have the wrong birth certificate. You need to go down
no,
to the
the
county
one
that you
that she
were
got
born in.
says that.
Huh?
The one that she has says it's
Yeah,
legitimate.
she has the wrong birth certificate. There's 2 birth certificates. One that they give you and one that the state keeps. You got to go down and ask for it. Like you either go to the county that you were born in and ask them for a long form birth certificate. If you don't live in the county you were born on, go to vitalcheck.com and order one.
Hey,
It's called a long
I was just
form.
I was going to ask Tazz. I know he got the buttons. I got a nice little video about what we talking about. This guy went to the feds. He went to the feds and, of course, mastered the damn system. And ever since then, he's just a normal millionaire. He's well accepted by them now, even though he's like Tim Allen. How Tim Allen went to the feds and still made the show Home Improvement.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one other tip I'll give you is I don't own a debit card. I've never owned one. I've never allowed my 3 sons to possess one. Certainly and truly the worst financial tool ever given to the American consumer. So a long time ago, I asked myself a simple question: how would I remove 99.9% of my personal liability like that? Because I really don't want to worry about all these things. So I use the safest form of payment that exists on the face of the earth, and that is a credit card. Credit card. Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover card. Not debit credit, but credit card. Every day of my life, I spend their money. I don't spend my money. My money sits in a money market account. It earns interest. Actually, nobody knows where it is because it's not exposed to anybody to find it. It's just sitting there. I go to the dry cleaner, I give them my card. I pick up the groceries, I give them my card. I put fuel in my boat on the weekend, I use my card. I pay the marina to keep my boat in the water all year long. They put the rent on my credit card. I travel all over the world. While I wait to get reimbursed, I use my credit card. If I need euros, I go to the ATM machine, I use my credit card. I'm not going to use my debit card to get euros overseas or pounds in Great Britain. And every day I use my card. And then if I pay the bill in full or part of the bill, my credit score goes up. So I'm building credit while I'm using that credit card. And if tomorrow, and I'll do everything to protect my information, but if tomorrow someone gets my card number and charges $1 million on my credit card by federal law, my liability is zero. I have no liability. So yes, I love to shop online. I don't use a special card. I just use my credit card. If they don't deliver the merchandise, if they deliver it and it's broken, if the host site I went to was fictitious to begin with, I have zero liability. When you use your debit card, every time you reach for it, you're exposing the money in your account. The only person who's going to get robbed is you. When you use your debit card, you could use it for the next 50 years, 20 times a day. You will not raise your credit score by that much. And of course, when you use your debit card, you are liable up to a certain amount, and it takes a while in order to get that debit card fixed. So when we do post investigations at breaches, and we say to someone, on your instance, what happened? Well, I was in Target, but I used a Visa card. So I don't know, nothing. They canceled my card the next day. 2 days later, FedEx sent me a new card, and that was the last I heard about it. What about you? And I used the debit card there. They took $3,000 out of my checking account. It took me 2 months to get my money back while they said they were investigating. I had to pay my rent, had kids' tuition, everything. I couldn't pay it because they had my money. So I do it for that. So I had 3 sons that went off to college, and I said to them, I'm not giving you a debit card. I've actually applied for a credit card in your name. So it's your card. Of course, you're 18, you have no credit. So I guaranteed the card. So as a guarantor of the card, 3 things take place. 1, the bill comes to me and I'm responsible for the bill. So if you spend a lot of time in the bar, I'm going to know that. 2, I set the limit on the card. So whatever I want you to spend each month is while you're at school, I'll set that limit. 3rd, every month that I pay the bill goes on your credit. So by the time you get out of college, you should be looking at a credit score of about 800. You want to buy a car, buy a house, buy a condo, you're not going to need me to do that. All 3 of my sons came out of college with scores of around 800. One of the best things you can do for your kids is to teach them to learn to use credit early on and build credit in their name. Credit is a very important thing. 30 years ago, it only meant whether you got the car, you got the house. Today, everything is based on your credit. If a company hires you, they're going to check your credit. If you buy auto insurance, they're going to check your credit. If you buy life insurance, they're going to check your credit. Everything is based on your credit. So.
Yep. I'm definitely working on that business credit right now. That's the real enchilada right there.
They give you money. That's all I'll be working out on. Any credit I'm gonna get is gonna either come in my 8 or my 98 number or my LLC, one of the two. I'm gonna retire my Social Security number and I'm gonna liquidate that.
Yep.
But as far as the 401k, I don't have a 401k. I don't really use 401ks. I have a Roth RIA, traditional, but I don't really use that either. If you're looking for a place to put your money and earn a lot of interest, you need to get a whole life policy and put your money in a whole life policy. Therefore, if you die, your parents or your kids or whoever is straight, if you get one with an account, you can borrow against it and they'll still pay you your 7%, even though you pulled the money out. So,
yeah, I was telling somebody that like a real dope way to really like generate a lot of money within like about 5 years or so is to get life insurance policies on kids, because kids premiums are like the cheapest per month, and you can get, of course, a high insured amount. And then, like you said, you can borrow against it within, within like 3 to 5 years of paying on it on time. So
if you get it set up right, you can borrow against it in that first year. They're gonna have you got to get someone who knows how to do it. I got to look up what it's actually called, but it's an account attached to it. So you put money in it, and then it charges this account. And each year you put money in it, this account grows and grows and grows. So every year the account gets bigger, and you can pull money out. But they're not going to give you your money. They're going to write you a loan against your money for collateral. So whatever you put in there still gains interest throughout the whole year. And then it's just a matter of paying yourself back. If you don't want to pay yourself back when you die, they'll just take it out of your death benefit. So if you put $10,000 in on January, you don't have to pay it no more, and you'll earn whatever rate percentage for that entire year on $10,000. You won't be able to borrow against the full $10,000, but you'll be able to borrow like $7,000 off of it. Pay it back. You should pay it back. If you don't want to pay it back, oh well. Next year, put another 10,000. Now you can borrow 17,000. Next year, put another 10,000. It grows each year, and you can borrow from it. Money that you don't pay back when you die, that just take it out of your death benefit.
Put it like this: the amount of money that the government is collecting on minority people is so astronomical. I don't even think there's a number. Like, it's beyond the billions. It's beyond the trillions.
Cause your name gets traded on the world stock market.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Your name is being traded internationally for billions of dollars a year.
Yeah, those red numbers on your Social Security card.
Yep, you got them on the back of the live birth certificate. They got them on there too. Them was the QSEP numbers to the bonds. Yep. Your name getting traded inside the United States and it's getting traded outside the United States. Inside the United States, it's probably trading for multiple millions of dollars. Outside the United States, it's trading for billions of dollars. We're basically cattle to the government. You're not a person. You're a thing. You're a means of getting work done.
See, put it like this: I connected all, because we say it's the birth certificate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So watch this. This is what it really boils down to. It really, I wonder if you ever heard of a cord bank. You ever heard of a cord bank?
Yeah.
Well, a cord bank is the umbilical cord. You hear me? So, bro, I'm talking about they want like 90 grand. They crazy with it. You feel me? To preserve and to keep your placenta. But the reason they want so much money is because they're gonna make way more money if you just let them have it. Right? So you can guarantee that money that they put in our account is first and foremost for that placenta. And then they promising, the promissory note is that, hey, I got a kidney, I got a liver, I got a spleen, I got a heart, I got a lot of organs you're gonna need when I die. They're gonna cash in one way or another. That's why they always say you worth more dead than alive.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
They gonna take your organs, they gonna take your trust, take all your money, all your property, especially if you ain't got no will. If you ain't got no will, all your shit go to the state.
So it sounds like we should be opening up insurance companies, because that's all this basically is talking about. Basically.
Yeah, all this is insurance.
This is just a form of insurance.
It's all a form of insurance. Everything is insured. Everything is a contract. Everything is about money. It's all insurance. Insurance companies are the biggest companies in the world. Shit, the insurance companies insure the bank's money.
Right.
So, J.P. Morgan, Wells Fargo, all their money is insured by the insurance companies.
Right. So the insurance companies are the banks.
Yep. Yep.
Damn. That's deep.
And I mean that's a hustle anyways, because most people don't use their insurance. Majority of people go their whole life with health insurance and automobile insurance, and you might get in 2 accidents in your entire life. You might go to the hospital a couple times. Like, other than that, you're just giving them money. You end up paying them thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars out your pocket, and then they collect on the back end too. So,
because you gave them the social and you signed.
It's actually illegal to require someone to have a social. They'll tell you they can't give you this because you ain't putting your social in, but that's illegal. That's why I put my 88 number now though. So
is that a 9-digit number also?
Yep. It's basically another account number. It's made for the state. Like all the numbers, like the 9-digit numbers, they're account numbers. They just make an account in your name. But it's their account, it's not your account. You gotta get to a point you can control that junk. It's all about money. Learn the money system. That's the most important thing Study money. That's the first
Right.
thing when I start talking to somebody, they start talking about credit and stuff like that. The first thing I ask them is, do you know what a promissory note is? If you don't know what a promissory note is, bro, you can't tell me shit about money. You can't tell me shit about credit because you don't even really know what you're preaching on. You preaching on helping people inside the system. So helping them with fake money.
Can you go further and extinguish between promissory note and like fiat? Or
Fiat is fiat is just currency owned by a government. It's basically government currency. So a Federal Reserve note is a promissory note, but it's fiat currency because it's owned. It's a government's currency. So a promissory note is just it's a promise to pay. Doesn't really hold any value. It's just I promise to pay you this. It's gotta have a person to make it a legal promissory note. It's gotta have a payee. It's gotta have a payer. It's gotta have an endorsement, and it's gotta have a date, and it's gotta have a set amount, and it's gotta have a set time that you can pay it in. So a lot of these you can print up on regular paper. You just gotta have the necessary things to make it legal tender. If you can't make it legal tender, then you can't use it.
What are the necessary things?
It's different for a bunch of them. I think UCC-2 goes over negotiable instruments, but it's like it's basically just because it different things you put in it can change it from a promissory note to a check to a it's something else that's it's an order. So it's three different things that depending on what you put on the paper, it'll either be a promissory note or it'll be a check or it'll be, hey, don't break my PlayStation, nigga. Found. Tripping. Come here. Now you gone.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He gotta go. He done. He blew it. Not the PlayStation, nigga. You dog. That's a dog fucking with his PlayStation. I know. I met his dog. His dog is hype. Like hype. Like, dude, go. He had to be shut in the bedroom if anybody comes over. He'll never stop fucking with people.
That's funny.
So, peace and love to Tribe Tides. We knew you would check in, even though you think you're late. You're not. You're not late, bro. Okay, so Jasmine's it's Shell. I hope I didn't butcher your name, but Jasmine said she gonna rewind this mofo and watch it slowly. Jasmine, there's a part one. If you didn't know that, then prepare to spend like so far 4, 5, 6. Prepare to spend like 8 hours watching it slowly. Okay, we're not even playing. Don't make us come back with a part 3 and a PowerPoint.
Right. Well, you know, the brother has blown my mind that you guys already know I take my time with stuff, but now I know the PowerPoint I was gonna bring out for whatever, man, I gotta spend at least another 5.
Oh no, hands down.
Oh, seriously.
I would tell everybody to Google the redemption manual and read that. It explains pretty much everything that happened with the money. It explains when we went bankrupt. It explains how they took over the money system. It explains pretty much all that.
The redemption, what you said, brother?
The redemption manual.
The redemption manual. That's
PDF. Right?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because the bankers came over here, they bankrupt us, they took over us, and then once they had the most powerful nation, they went around and bankrupted everyone else. Basically, the New World Order, the Illuminati. Yeah. The Illuminati is the bankers. It ain't got nothing to do with satanic and stuff like that. The richest people in the world came and took over the world. It's already a New World Order. The New World Order is a debt system. You're a mental slave. You're a slave to your debts. That's the New World Order. Everybody.
You had mentioned this book yesterday, and I was like, oh, I might buy that book. Then I went and seen how much it was. I was like, no, I'm gonna get PDF.
Yeah, just Google it. It should pop up. Taz, if you can't find it, I'll send you a copy of it.
Yeah. The whatchamacallit, it looks like there's different versions of it, right? Let me share
Yeah.
my screen right quick.
The one I got is 4.5. The newest one is 5.0.
5.0.
Yeah, the newest one is 5.0. I haven't read 5.0. It's the newest one. I would read that one. It also talks to you about becoming a secure party creditor.
Okay.
Some of the steps in 4.5, it's missing some of the affidavits, but I'm not sure if it's in 5.0 yet.
Okay.
You should be. I got mine for free. You should be able to get it for free. I would just Google redemption manual PDF.
Oh no, yeah, the PDF version. I just finished downloading it.
Yeah.
I was just, I have a mini library that I'm collecting because as I homeschool my children, so there's something that I'm putting into their curriculum, slowly, because there's so much. I'm starting them off with just certain words with the Black Laws Dictionary. I mean, like everybody was able to see, this that we have right here is just a few of the books that I have within my mini library, that I'm trying to get together. Just if I leave, for X amount, X reason, or whatever, the information won't be so hard for my family. I'm highlighting shit in the books. On top of that, these videos, all my children know what I do, and how I think and all that stuff, so like I mentioned yesterday, with my son, it was so much easier to get the long birth certificate, just over the fact that it was I had a home birth. I did not. I wasn't forced into that whole signing of the contract, in the hospital and all that stuff, So him, it was, they gave me crazy. They still do. Every time I walk in there to ask for any documents, they still look at me like, what in the world? Is this even legal? They always go get a whatchamacallit, supervisor. I don't know if they do it for intimidation,
It's just
or for what it is.
majority of the average people don't know anything about this information. So when you're talking to like the frontline people at anywhere, they not finna know what you're talking about. You're gonna have to go to somebody higher up that actually understands the system.
Right.
That's why if you walk into a bank, like he said, if you walk into a bank with a check that's endorsed that says redeemed for legal money, they finna be like, what? And they finna go get the manager on you. Like, hey, what is this?
Hey,
they might be like, no, we can't take this. Why did you sign this way? Go get your manager, bro. Go get your manager.
Hey, at the same time, they need a witness. You know what I'm saying? The same way we need one. You know what I mean? They have to have a witness, and they're being, their protocol is pretty smart. They keep them on point. You know what I mean? We gotta have that kind of protocol.
You always that's what contract law used to be about. Before you could write in paper, it was all spoken word, and you had to have two witnesses with you to witness. If you ain't have two, you couldn't sue. You didn't have a case. If you got two witnesses, I could sue you for what we agreed to. I could sue you now. So.
Yeah, most definitely. But it's been such an explosive
do the two witnesses have to have testicles?
No, just two people that can attest that you did this.
Well, I'm saying, well, there was a time when the two.
I mean, back in the day, yeah, but I mean, women have more rights than men nowadays. So.
Well, maybe we should do a show on that. We need to know what they are.
But the women's rights?
Yeah.
You can cancel them. Y'all can cancel a motherfucker quick. Say the wrong thing. Yeah. Channel everything. Black Twitter coming for you. That's all right. Y'all got armies. They ain't even gotta know you. Just because you're a black woman, they coming to your rescue.
I think men probably spreaded that rumor. I have yet to see where we can like just put on some big black boots and automatically like just stomp our big black boots and have shit fall into compliance.
I mean, it don't not like that because y'all still black. So, but I mean, in the retrospect,
Right.
if a black man and a black girl is up for the same job, she's probably going to get the job because she's a minority and she's a female.
Really?
So
So
I
can
mean, I'm
we
not
get
complaining.
back
No,
to
It can't be because we like know more or smarter, right?
women think different than men. Women think more emotional. Men think more logical. So it's a completely different thought process.
All men think more logically.
Most men, majority of men are brought up to think more logical. Now, men that are raised by single mothers, they tend to think a little bit more
That
on
seems
the
like
side, but they're still more logical than the majority of the females.
it seems
Females
kind of like oxymoronish because from what
nowadays, females are more masculine and males are more feminine.
well we know that system did that, but let's go back before 2016. And we don't have we didn't never have the power that people are saying that we did. We didn't.
That was done purposely, though, sis. It was done purposely because they knew this time will come where the feminine energy was gonna be exalted, and they needed you guys to be controlled already by the time this time came around. You know, I mean, but it's such a complex situation that you don't.
But no, I was saying back in the day, it was taught that like well when they called us helpmates, helpmates because you guys needed help. I mean, because you wasn't so logical in your
No,
thought.
helpmates because you weren't supposed to
Helpmates
be
for
on this
lack of a
planet by
better word.
yourself. Like men and women are meant to be together. Neither one of us are supposed to be on this world by ourselves. Like you're supposed to
Right.
make. The world is about families. Your whole purpose on here, not you as a woman, but as a person, or not a person, because you know what that means, but you know what I'm saying. The purpose is to have a family, to have kids, to procreate.
Right.
Right.
Like,
Oh, really?
you can't procreate by yourself. It's to procreate and build. That's the purpose of
Okay.
life.
I was thinking more like y'all couldn't really think all that well.
We're logical. Y'all are more emotional.
That's my
With a woman, if you talk to a woman and you ask her a question, you'll get an answer when she's normal. You'll get a different answer when she's mad. You'll probably get a different answer when she's happy.
But isn't it like divine?
Emotions.
Isn't it more divine answer and really put there to stop you guys from thinking with your emotions?
No.
That didn't happen?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not healthy for men to be emotional because
men are
we're
supposed
gonna
to.
if we
We're supposed to control
express
our
our
shit.
emotions, because there's levels to emotions. There's having an emotion, and then there's expressing the emotion. If
So,
we are expressing
Y'all
emotion,
y'all
that
still
could
not
be
getting it. Y'all still not getting it. I'm trying to say a president should be married because in his everyday life, it's that woman behind him that's going to be really, she's really like a cheat sheet to him, like explaining things. And no, baby, don't do it like this, do it like that. Like,
Is
can a
it
single
really her or is it his board of generals? Because the president got a bunch of smart motherfuckers around him that
I
they do their job. Plus, I'm not taking away from his wife; she does her job too. But I feel like men and women have different roles.
right?
Like feminism tried to make us the same, but
women
we're
are the
not the
reason.
same.
Yeah, like women are the reason. Like we don't have outhouses anymore. Like there's a reason. Like women say, "Hey, we should do it like this," and we understand that because if not, men, we don't really care about certain things. We most men would still use an outhouse and not have any problem with it.
Men are
like
simple.
we live different. We have different things that are more important to us, and women have different things that are important to us. And
Yeah,
when
y'all don't need outhouses, y'all just need a cup. But anyway, what I'm saying is that
let me finish. Sis, hold on. I don't want you to cut me off like that. But what I was saying is what we do is like you're supposed to be with a man and let him know about certain things that he's not going to think about because he doesn't have the mind of a woman. He doesn't have certain limitations that women have. So therefore, like, hey, listen, don't put this on this top shelf up here. I'm not going to even be able to reach it. So she's going to convey that to him. It's little stuff like that to make sure that as the man manifests the world and builds it, he builds it so the woman can also enjoy it also versus just the man building it.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
I feel
that's what it's really about when the woman's in the ear, because a woman doesn't really manifest tangible things a lot of times versus she talks to a man and gets that man to build and manifest things. Not to say women can't build, but they have limitations certain times. You know what I'm saying? And when they have those limitations, that is when she's supposed to speak into her man's ear and say, hey, listen, do it like this. You know what I'm saying? Get it like that. So it can be enjoyed by both.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, you do keep your woman around because she thinks differently, like completely different to you. Women are way more social than men. Like you pick up on social cues. You pick up on, oh, I don't like him. Well, why you don't like him? Because of this and this and this and this. Why I might not even seen that because I ain't even thinking about that. I'm not even noticing that. But you pick it up. Oh, he a snake right there. You shouldn't fuck with him no more. And we think differently. We think completely differently. Well, for the most part, it's some girls that think more like dudes.
Well,
and some dudes that
and
think
that's
more like
because
girls, for the most part.
let's also look at it on another level. Like the reason a lot of times we think about things is because we low key don't have a solution for them. Men don't think about a lot of things because a lot of things don't necessarily affect us. We're not as sensitive as women. You know what I'm saying? Like women can't even go swim in certain lakes just because of just the openness of their body versus a man. You know what I'm saying? Not saying a man can't be affected by that particular scenario, but we're just different. So we have lesser things to worry about. So we do lesser thinking. You know what I'm saying? Not because we're not smart. We just don't need to think about that.
I wouldn't say lesser thinking. I say our mode is more protection, more provision. So we're thinking more on that level. We're thinking more on tangible things. I got kids. I got to take care of my kids. How do I get this money? How do I do this? How do I do this? So we don't pay attention to the unnecessary emotional shit until your girl come and be like, hey, here goes some shit that happened.
Not just like there's a quantity of thought. There's less thought. Right. There's words. Like a woman could be thinking about 100 different things that she needs to, that may affect her day. And she needs in some way, shape, form, or fashion for those things to be thought about. A man on another instance may only have like 10. But that he's going to spend his whole day thinking about those 10 things. Right.
Yeah. Women, cars, sex, and what's the other 7? What's the other 6?
For me, I need 3 things. I get hungry, I get horny, and then I need appreciation. Appreciation comes with respect. It comes with the way you talk to me. It comes with the way you treat you. Just appreciation. Them 3 things, I'm good. I mean, well, 4 things because you got to look like something.
And you want to look too with all of that?
Yeah. But I'm 6'7". I look nice. Like, yeah, you gotta at least match me. Like I can't pull up and people be like, nigga, what you with her for? Like, nah, because girls is more judgmental than men.
Right.
You'll pull up on a girl, be like, you could have done better. And then you like, I know.
And then, Shawn, but what if it's more logical to be with the one that don't match your status though?
It is, but you're gonna have that person have those moments to where he's not as aroused as he could be, knowing that he walks in public and he sees other women that he's definitely aroused of. Just being honest. It's a lot of
looks ain't everything.
That's just sexual though. That's just sexual.
Right. You're correct. That's why it's couples out there that know that it's smart for them to be together, not necessarily that they're also attracted to each other. You see what I'm saying? Those are 2 totally different things.
And it's not just looks either. I mean, it's value. In today's dating age, if you date most girls, you date most girls. Like most girls treat niggas the same. So you get the same treatment, different girl a lot of the time. So it's more about value. Are you doing something that's different?
Mm.
Or are you the same? Are you standard? You a standard model, or are you above standard? Like,
So knowing all we've been talking about, the UCC and money and taking over strawmans and all of that, would you think a man would be leading all of that? I mean, say you with your girl, she with you, right, on everything. Is she gonna be is she gonna take the lead, or is that man gonna take the lead?
I'll take the lead. Like, I'll never be led by a female. Like, that's not my role. That's not your
We're
place.
not led. Don't make it sound like led. We're not trying to drag you along.
I mean,
you
like,
you can walk by our side, right?
so most women, not really. Marriage is not really a partnership.
What is it?
It's a duty. It's a necessity. And nothing, nowhere in the vows when you get married does it say anything about love. Like, it's a duty. Like, your duty is to have a family and raise kids.
It's a business. That's why you get a
That's how
marriage
you're supposed to
license.
approach it. That's how I approach
It's
dating. It's a business. You get something, I get something.
Right.
And it can't just be sex, because sex is, we both get sex. So, like, you can't just bring sex. You got to bring something else.
It can be sex. It can be sex.
No, it can't. You gotta. It could be sex to get sex, but not to get wife. To get wifed, to take it to that next level. It's levels to it. So there's a promotion. If you got a girlfriend mindset, you stay as a girlfriend. You got a wife or a fiance mindset, you move up. Like, it's promotions. You don't start a job at entry level and get moved up to partner by doing the same thing that you did at your last job. Like, no, you got to bust it. You got to be better than all these other people out here to become partner.
Straight up.
You guys, people treat relationships like relationships need to be treated more like business, and business is a win-win. Like, your situation should always be a win-win, and find out what your girl like, what makes her happy, tell her what you like. Really, if you're the man and you taking over it, most girls want material things, they want affection, they want time, and that's pretty much it. Like, so,
and money.
What you want. If she give you what you want, then you be happy. If she don't give you what you want, then you gotta do your thing.
We want money. We want money.
I know.
And it's so crazy how strongly y'all want it, and sometimes gonna put forth.
Y'all would give up a nigga versus have money. Like,
it's crazy.
A lot of girls, it's like, if he can't help my life, I'll do it alone. Like, which sounds good on paper until you get like 65, and then that doing it alone shit ain't fun.
Hell no. Right. For then nobody.
Then they want a wife.
But now you too old, because most men like younger girls. So once you get to that point, that's why you're supposed to take care of it in the beginning. The whole phase shit, that new entry, the whole phase shit is wasting a lot of time for a lot of women.
Yep.
The whole phase.
The whole phase.
I love it. I love to hear men talk about relationships. Forever keep me cracking up. But anyway, back to the UCC commercial code. Is this book for everybody?
Yeah, just
Is it out in the open?
Yeah, just Google UCC Cornell.
No, I'm saying, but a lot of people ain't heard of it until they're dealing with poverty.
Because it's the code of banking. If you don't do anything with banking, or then you not don't know about it. Like,
so banking is not common law.
I know it's banking. The UCC-1 is based on common law, but it's a code. That's why it's not called a law. It's a code. It's a code. It sits on top of common law, but it's e-commerce of common law.
Where
so
is
I mean, you can buy it. I think it's like $300 on Amazon, or just go to Cornell University. Go to their law section. Just Google it.
Where does it sit? Where does it sit in contrast to the Constitution?
It doesn't say anything about the Constitution. It's not. It's not for the United States. It's a world. It's banking around the entire world. So it's not going to say anything because our Constitution, I think Britain has the Magna Carta, and like everybody has their own paperwork. So the Universal Commercial Code governs the universe, like it governs all banking on the word. Like it's everywhere. So it doesn't say it can't make mention to a specific place's paperwork. So common law is everywhere. So it just sits on top of common law.
What I was trying to say, what's the mother document that we should all be looking at? Because obviously the Constitution gets shoved in our face all the time as, telling us our rights, this and that, and the structure and all of that. But it doesn't tell us anything about how to learn to be independent.
Yeah. I mean, technically, the Constitution is your private rights, and then everything else is public. So UCC is all public. The Constitution is private. It was wrote before all the extra stuff happened. It was wrote. They didn't want to have kings like Britain, so they wrote it up to a way that men would reign supreme over the earth. So the Constitution is for your private side. It's for your private rights.
Once you go private
it's your living person rights. Those are your rights. Anyways, right. Those are the rights you have. You don't have a rights problem. You have an authority problem.
So Calico, am I correct that there's two constitutions? If Calico's not around, Tazz?
I'm not sure about that one, sis. So yeah.
Well, I saw somebody talking about a constitution, a second constitution of when the United States became a corporation, happening in like 1871.
I wouldn't doubt it, knowing that.
Wouldn't doubt it either. That might not even be the original Constitution. That might
meaning
like everything we getting is hearsay from a lying ass government. So
right,
really like,
and literally what we're talking about is something that's built on top of something. So for you to say that there's another Constitution, that doesn't sound surprising. That there's a Constitution built on top of the other one.
Tazz, can you Google that? Two constitutions. Calico, when you come back in, can you? Because I do believe you were the source of saying.
I mean, the only thing I know, and I mean, they teach you this in school, is there was before the Constitution there was the Articles of Confederation, and then from that,
I heard about those.
Right, that's where they derived the Constitution. But as far as, do you mean like two different constitutions?
Yes, meaning like a whole nother body came in while somebody was on vacation or sleeping or whatever.
Every state has their own personal version of the Constitution.
Right. Yeah, those are facts.
So I didn't know that.
But yeah, every state has their own Constitution. Every state has their own UCC.
Okay. Aren't
the states agreeing to be united?
Yeah,
that was to be united. Technically, they're their own different countries in a sense.
Yeah, each state is its own corporation, and then the United States came together as the federal government corporation.
Right.
Check this out, guys, because I mean it's good information. And hold on, where we at? We are right here, and it says. It says the final chapter concludes that the United States has two constitutions: the written constitution in peacetime and a special unwritten constitution in time of war or national emergency. Damn, that's crazy, because we are currently in a state
under martial law.
Right, we are under martial law. It says Thomas J. Reed is Professor Emeritus of Law. What is this?
Right. So our original Constitution that we the people that we always looking at, it's not even the.
It's not even the real one. Yeah. Even the flag that flies in the courtroom, that's a wartime flag. That's not the original United States flag that they flying.
Right.
The president is the commander in chief. Like he's really just a fucking manager, but he really don't have no power, but he's over the military, like
or general in a sense.
Yeah.
This thing right here says America's two constitutions explores the history of the the treatment of the centers of time of war, beginning with the treatment of Tories during Revolution, followed by description and analysis of the Lincoln administration treatment of disloyal persons during the Civil War. Is this the reason why we remain on a state of war? You know that in its entire existence, the United States has never been
Been out of war.
at a state.
Taxes were only taxes. You only had to pay taxes during war time. They ended taxes after World War II. Just everyone kept sending their money in, so the IRS.
Yeah.
And then eventually it became law. That's why if you look up taxes, it's a contribution. Like you don't have to pay taxes. You're gifting. A contribution means a gift. You're gifting your money to the government.
Right. Those are facts.
Calico, are you back? I saw him moving around. I really wanted him to explain how, in 1871, the United States became a corporation.
Mm-hmm.
And really,
they became a corporation so they can sue and be sued. The bankruptcy, the national debt is really the money that the people aren't collecting. And that's why it just goes up and 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 never ends. We're not in debt. The government is in debt.
That must be the two differences, because I've had this debate with a lot of people, and it explains a lot from what you're saying. So you said, what date did you give, sis? That it was
1871.
Okay, so 1871. Now that was when we were incorporated into.
That was a couple of years after slaves were emancipated.
Right, correct.
We all became everybody got their social security numbers basically.
So
we
that
14th Amendment citizens.
That must be the second constitution, because the United States of America was incorporated in London in 1783, because the United States is a territory of Great Britain. So because we just talked about the fact that the colonies did not win the Revolutionary War, and the troops didn't leave this territory until 1796, even though the war was already over. And I've always, if we look at what are the Republicans versus Swedes, one Dallas 42 or 43, I think it is, and the Treaty of Paris, it explains that the United States was actually incorporated in London in 1783, but there's also a secondary one that probably was the time when the second I'm assuming, I'm not saying these are, I'm just trying to put two and two together, was probably the time where the second constitution was implemented on, repeat that year again, sis?
1871.
1871, which is almost 100 years after it had already been incorporated in London in 1783.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they've been maneuvering the system for a while. Like it's hard to trick a nation, so you kind of got to do it in bits and pieces and steps so that no one really knows what's going on.
Right. Right.
A democracy is military law. A republic is for the people.
Yeah.
A republic is for the people, by the people, of the people.
And that used to be all good until the Democrats came in.
Yep. I mean, once we got incorporated and they wrote the 14th Amendment, that was the system. That was the start up to the debt system right there.
Yeah, we got sold
that
off.
That changed you from a person to a
straw man
citizen.
Right.
To a 14th Amendment citizen, to a slave.
But not blacks.
We were never free. We were already slaves. The system was never set up for us in the first place.
Right. So we're not included in what a citizen is.
We got technically what a citizen is, a step up from what they thought we were. So we were animals. We weren't looked at as living humans. We were looked at as beasts and animals. So
and how can that even be considered to fly? Knowing that had to be some colonizing that shit though.
It was. They
Somebody
insured us. They treated us
colonizer.
like dogs. They
Oh,
insured us.
okay.
We were property. We weren't living. We were property.
So is it they who treat us like dogs, or the powers that be that's over them, putting them out in the so we can blame everything on them, but really it's the
It's
people that
definitely
look like us.
yeah, it's definitely what you the second part that you
Yeah.
just said. Just think about the movie 12 Years a Slave, where the dude there was a part where they was in Philadelphia and it was free black people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And just going
Yeah.
down a couple of states, they stealing you and take you down to another place to where, like brother was saying, it's not necessarily about your rights. It's really about your authority, and authority is a really a technical word for power. Like, what can you do if something happens? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can't do anything about anything, you don't really have any power or authority. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it really always boils down to, you know, like to be totally honest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so yesterday we had the pleasure of talking with Gordine, and I don't want to fuck his name up. And you know, he's French. And Taz, do you see what he's telling us to check out? Civiliter more to us.
Yeah, civiliter mortis.
Right. And Calico already told us when we see US in the name that
if you study the color
colors of law.
Yeah,
that's what study the colors of law, you'll start finding out the meanings of colors and shit. Like it's
right.
Right. Anybody can be a white,
right?
Have the status of white,
right?
Except us, except blacks.
Well, no, it's a person. Hear me out, and you know, I know it's an individual claiming or identifying that they're black. That's why James Brown popularized that and have us now thinking that we are that. That's James Brown.
I'm black and I'm proud, yo.
Right, that was James. But
I mean, that's how they control us through the music. That's how they do the whole culture. Our whole culture is designed around the music.
Right, like, and it doesn't even make sense because logically our hair is black. Our skin is brown. Technically we copper. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it doesn't even really make sense when you think about it. It's like, damn, I'm calling myself a color, but then even if I'm calling myself a color, I'm not even calling myself the right color. Just think about that logically. Like, we're not the color black. We're the
I don't even mark it no more. If they ask me my race, I put other.
Right.
You'll see when I show up to work.
Yeah, I knew that there was something serious. I already knew the concept, but I knew there was something seriously wrong when, you know, about 6-7 years ago, when I went and purchased my first weapon. You know, I looked at the application, you know, and there was this black dude that was taking care of me or whatever, you know. So I'm looking through there where it says race, you know, and there was nothing in there, you know, and nothing in there that I could choose, you know, that assimilated with me. So I went and asked him. I'm like, bro, I'm like, there in where it says race, you know, I just wanted him to explain it, to give me his explanation to see where his level of knowledge was, and I asked him, like, I'm like, what is the, you know, why is it that, you know, that there's nothing in there that specifies, you know, my race or whatever? And he's like, oh, well, you guys usually go as white, but you guys put whatever
they do. Most people who aren't from here, and it doesn't matter what the color of their skin is, when they come over here and they get form of identification that says white, no matter what color they are. And
that's why Asian people can come over here and boom up. That's why Indian people can come over here and own gas stations, and the black people over here still be.
Reason why when you talk about blacks, you talk about minorities, because the whole white race is a mixture of Asians, Arabs, so-called Latinos or Hispanics or whatever you gonna call them, and all these other motherfuckers that they have a detachment from what is considered a black person or whatever, you know. So now you have this conglomerate of people that are all under the category white. Italians weren't considered white before. They just became white, like literally, like in the 70s.
And that's because it's not a we and I say we as individuals that's melanated look at it as an actual thing of complexion.
Yeah.
It's just a legal status.
They made up race. Like race is you.
Right.
It's just
You
legal
got
status.
different color skin.
I would
same
advise the
motherfuckers.
book. I would advise the book that you guys can see right there, The Color of Law. That book will blow your mind. You know, it's just so thorough with how we accepted this system that defines us by the rainbow colors, you know, because you could be anything. You could be a purple motherfucker, you know.
Mhm.
You know, it's a legal term, and that's why there is pretty much nothing that we could do now with all these other people trying to identify as, well, you know, I'm a man, but I'm gonna identify as a woman, or I'm a grown ass man, but I'm gonna identify as a baby. You know what I mean? We don't accept the colors, and we ain't none of those colors. And now it's easier to push the fact, well, you know, they have a right, you know, to identify as
And if you think about it on a natural right state basis, who else can identify me other than me, and vice, you know what I'm saying, and vice versa. So if a person is today this and tomorrow there's something else, once again, who can define that person other than themselves? Yep. So that's why they can't really do anything. You know what I'm saying? Legally, you know, they'll persuade you, like Cuz was saying, we were talking about with James Brown, with entertainment, to have you thinking that you're something. You know what I'm saying? Now you take that on, and you, once again, we don't understand when we take on words, we take on the vibration, the frequency of those words also. And if a word has been written down and it has a certain definition, once the original definition in that word has been placed and been spoken into the ether, you can say something else and in your mind think that it's something else, but you can't change the initial connotation of a word or a vibration. That frequency is there. It's already been created. You know what I'm saying? And we don't understand that, and we're using this word, and this word it's really just basically cursing us.
Like the word Jesus, or no?
Even worse. It's even worse, because Jesus is just something that you kind of deal with on Sunday. You deal with your legal status 7 days a week.
Yeah, those are facts. Those are fucking facts.
Yep.
Straight up.
Right. So I was going off that frequency deal. If his name is Joshua, and then they changed it to Jesus, are we still on the same frequency?
No, the Bible that we have over here ain't even a real Bible. They took out like 7 books before they brought it over here.
Right.
The history that's taught overseas and the history that's taught over here, everything is manufactured to make you feel and believe a certain way. So
right. For control.
They changed the whole history of the Bible and the whole religion, and then they gave us the docile religion for slaves to not fight back and turn the other cheek.
Right.
And they took everything out of substance and left what they wanted in it.
Septuagint. You got the Septuagint with the Apocrypha in it, but the Ethiopia Bible got all of the Canaan and the Apocrypha, so they got 88 books.
Right.
So they're the only Bible with all 88 books.
Those are facts.
The Bible talks about angels mating with people and creating white people. We'll talk about a whole bunch of more stuff that we don't get from over here. Right. That's in the book of Enoch.
Right, that they mention in the Bible, but it can't be in the Bible.
Yeah.
How you gonna mention a book in the Bible, but then take that book out the Bible? Who has the authority to correct the word of God?
The Pope.
Exactly. The vicar, the vicar of Christ has that authority, right? Okay.
And that's where it just has to make you dig a little deeper, and just that's the beauty thing about everything. Everything has a start date. Like, what did we do before Christ? What did we do before church? What did we do before the Bible? We lived.
What did we do before we became slaves? That's shit over here.
you have to
just
think about
slaves.
it.
We just came over here in ships, and that was it. Like,
right, like if the Bible is a manual on how to live, then you have to live first and then write the stuff down. It wasn't like somebody was sitting there writing stuff down as people were living, jotting it. No, it don't work like that. You got to actually live good to even write a book about living good. So you don't need a Bible. It was just something that was once again created for control.
Control.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Every step I promise you, every step you make, every thought that you think, before you do it, you have judgment. You have a decision going on within yourself internally on whether or not it's good or bad. Every time, everything.
Right. And so when the program is first instilled in you, like as soon as you're born and they slap you on the ass, that begins the program, right? After a certain age, it doesn't matter what you tell a person, cognitive dissonance has set in. Stockholm syndrome has set in. Why we don't hate our slave masters right now today? Well, I mean, some of us do, the ones who know, but basically 85% of the people count on them.
Well, that's the reason
your
why.
slave master who's been oppressing you for years is going to give you the key to heaven.
Think about it. The person that beats you on Saturday and rapes you on Friday can't be the person trying to save your soul on Sunday. Come on.
He loves you.
Come on now.
Exactly.
Makes sense to me. And so then once again, the real disrespectful thing that we don't ever think about is if your people are from this continent or even from the west side of Africa where they didn't really practice that much Christianity as a religion, you have taken on this religion and said, fuck your own spirituality that you had before you took on this religion.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
That's the reason why. So
and we don't take on religions. They get implanted in us by our parents, who their parents put it in them.
Yep. It's like spiritual. It's like spiritual violation. Like you don't get an opportunity as an individual as you come up to decide whether or not you want to be a Christian, you want to be this, you want to be that. You get forced proximity to whatever the religion is in your area, and then that's what you are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because if you're born in the Middle East, you're like you're a Muslim.
Right.
Yeah, they don't have choices either.
Right. Nobody does. And then that should let you know, like, well, hold on. I thought this was my soul, my spirit. And you're telling me that I don't have control over which mechanism I want to give my full and all to.
Yeah.
That doesn't really make sense, especially if the individual who created it gave me free will.
Yeah, and taught to you that we were in the land of the free and the brave.
Yeah.
But are we really?
Of course not.
No, not if we're being censored. We don't have free speech no more. We used to, but we saw it coming from China. We saw what China was doing to the their CCP or their citizens and whatever.
Right.
And
maybe that concept of free speech is an illusion in itself, because if two people are walking down the street and one person says something to the other person, which they have the right to, and what they say offends that person, which they're allowed to be offended, isn't that person that's offended within their mind frame of thinking allowed to do something about it to where that the person who says something speech wasn't really free?
Yeah.
I mean, why do we think that we can say things and not have any type of consequences for them? Especially if we're looking for some form of a reward in return if we say something that's rewardable.
Yeah, because they told us we could. And all of this stuff is making me think about, back in the day where there was slavery and then there were free men. I'm wondering if those free men didn't have to do what Shawn and the rest of us want to do now, which is become truly free.
Right.
Being sovereign, buying back our straw man.
And yeah, no, that's real. It's like it goes even deeper to like think about the whole concept of it. Because remember, the 13 colonies were first melanated colonies. Remember those melanated 13 colonies? They got pushed out of Europe. Remember 711, the last melanated rulers. Where did they go? They came over here to the new country. You know what I'm saying? So this is why you have free black people in a certain time period over here, because the first colonizers were melanated. They were the same color.
Wow.
Yeah, we don't think about it. And then with them coming from a different land, technically they were foreign. So they created this paperwork to where they can walk around as if they're their own country and nobody can mess with them. You feel what I'm saying?
Sort of. In summary, yes. In real life, there's so many wars going on. If you look up American wars, and they start at like probably the 17th or 18th century, and they continue on all the way up until the 20th century, and the entire time, my research tells me they was fighting us, the inhabitants of the land. Okay, and so those fights never stopped coming. What I believe was happening is they'll say, okay, let's go peace, let's have peace, and then they write the peace treaty.
Yep.
And then we think that the war is over, but they still be doing fuck shit to us.
Yep.
And then we notice, and then we have another war. We have war about what's growing on the land. War about popping seeds.
That's one of the 4-day laws of power, is to make your enemy your friend.
Yeah,
and that's what they were doing with the peace treaties.
Shit, that's what Thanksgiving is.
Right. They literally created a holiday of that because
and Juneteenth.
Yeah.
Yep.
Juneteenth is now a federal holiday. Is that right?
Yep. As of I think last year, this nigga gave the Chinese people a hate bill because a couple of them got slapped, and then gave us Juneteenth.
Right.
They got a whole bill of protection and shit.
Yeah, it became a felony.
Right.
Felony to be up an Asian person.
Right, on some more exactly like if you say anything about any Jewish motherfucker, like they put it on that level of shit.
Right. And the LGBTQ got more rights than the Negroes now.
Yep.
And we started the civil rights is for us. Now
I feel like that's the goal right there, is just to wipe out masculinity, wipe out femininity, and just have like a race of whatever you want to call yourself.
Right. And I see that race being a new root race, because how can just President Obama whipping his pen around create an extra 50 million of them, when really there was just like a few. So they said 50 million mofos was in the closet until Obama came out and let them free. I know we can't really
emancipated them. What do you emancipated
like from you every show you watch, every movie it's a lesbian, it's a gay person, like it's programmed. It used to be at a point where you seen two gay dudes and you just made your stomach cringe. But then you see it so much that after time it stops cringing as bad, and it stops cringing.
Right.
And it just becomes what you see, and then it becomes what people start doing.
But isn't it inevitable because we're still under Roman law?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I feel like they pushing it.
The Romans are romantic people, and romance and sex and procreation don't mean the same thing to us as it means to them, except we've adopted their ways or adapted to their ways.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even the Greeks used to have sex parties.
They did. Yeah, and not just that, but like sports, they had to have these competitions, and no matter how brutal they are, I mean, they would fight to the death, like while eating popcorn and drinking beer, basically, like just to watch activities.
Right. And we still use their money because if you look at the etymon of the word, well, actually, before you look at the etymon, the monetary unit that they had, the Romans had, was the denarii. And if you look at what we're using today, is money, and money, etymologically speaking, comes from the Latin dinero. Dinero, which is the same in Spanish and Italian. Dinero is a denarii. Dinero is money. If you go to Google Translate and you put money and you translate it to either Spanish, Latin, or Spanish, Latin, or Italian, it's gonna show up dinero. And when you look up the etymon of dinero, it's a denarii. A denarii was the money that they used in Rome.
You know what? You know what? I just had an epiphany. This could be why everybody wants to get to America, because they may know that that they rich, not necessarily the land of the free and the land of the brave, but they know if they can have a baby over here and get that straw man,
And then free them,
yes,
$50 million.
yes, and they can take over their estates.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep.
So
Yep.
American is more than just the land of the free and the home of the brave. That's just for us, who don't know anything. To all the other people, they're probably told you get over there on your visa or whatever, you have a baby there. The baby be born in the hospital and gets that bond, or that
Mm.
now getting this trust account for being born
Mm.
there.
And that's just having knowledge of that. Damn.
Right. Well, everybody probably do have some knowledge of something like that, except us. We're the only ones to be on a late show like this.
And that's because we're born here, so they purposely don't teach us that to take advantage of that.
Right. So how does the African or the person from England or the Ukrainian mofos that's on their way over here can have a baby here and then have a trust
Once again, just
and learn
knowledge,
how to use the
information,
trust. Is
information.
Shawn in the house? I'll wait
Uh,
till Shawn comes
yeah, he
back.
probably went somewhere or whatever. But that
So
explains is the reason why so many people from well, not explains it, but if they knew what it was to be here with all these Mexicans and all these other people that are moving over here, if
mhm.
they really knew what they could get a hold of, man, it'd be crazy.
They may just.
Yep.
There's a guy. Come on, Gordy.
Peace, everyone.
Peace and love, brother. Peace and love.
Peace,
Right.
peace.
Everybody's good.
You like anything you like.
I didn't hear you well, Sister Yahsinni.
We want to know if your people comes over in the United States, do we know about the Uniform Commercial Code? Do you know about the Uniform Commercial Code before you get here, or did you find out about it afterwards, or did you even know about it?
Okay, so as I told you yesterday, I was born in the west part of Kemet,
Okay.
and I left my country because France was waging war against us to reconquer the colony. So I had to left my country to come in France. And at that time, I was not aware of all this fuckery, and it took me like 15 years so I can come about the Uniform Commercial Code
Mhm.
and the strawman shit, and to tell you straight like it is, people from Kemet don't know about this. Not all of them know about this. Those who are um, aware of the Uniform Commercial Code are the politicians and the bankers or the banksters.
Mhm.
But the people, they don't know. They really don't know the what is
It's
going
a
on. And
uniform. If it's a uniform commercial code, then I assume that other countries know about this. And so, can this happen other than the United States? Is the uniform commercial code unique to the
Universe?
United States?
It's universal.
Of
Says
course
that.
not.
Right.
No.
So other countries can, where they're at over there, have their baby and do the same thing. Get that trust
See,
going.
They
see,
yeah,
can,
that's
but
but
that's
that's
the,
the
that's
the
government.
that's
amount
about.
of money,
Let me give you an
the amount of
example.
money
For
is
me
based
living in,
on the country that has the more money is probably the best place to have the baby at. If all of them are doing it, but of course, every country has a certain amount of money, right?
Everywhere, but everywhere there's a centralized bank, they're gonna have the same thing going on as
yeah,
America.
we have central banks in Africa, and those central banks were brought by the colonizer. So after the second white war, I don't want to say World War, okay, because when they wage war, it's about the world, but we were not involved in it. So the French president of that time was le Général de Gaulle, and France was under invasion by Germany, by the Nazi Germany, and this president or self-proclaimed president, de Gaulle, went to England to ask for help to the Rothschilds, and the Rothschild tell him, or they told him that they wanted all the French colonies in their banking system. Okay, at that time we were not in the fucking system of the Rothschilds, so that's why they went to war in France. Okay, they wanted to put us in this system of fraud. So De Gaulle in 1960 made the deal with the Rothschilds, and he called out the people from Africa to go fight against Germany to to free France from Nazism, and he made us kind of I don't call it money, because French people during from 1960 to this day, with the money paper France gave to Africa, they earn each year more than 440 billions of dollar each year. Okay, so all this slavery system based upon these maritime laws, the people from Kemet don't know really how it works. So when I leave my country to come in France, when I was in my country, I didn't have the social insurance number. But when I came in France, France gave me this number, so they put me in the stock market by giving me this number. So this is it. This is what I can tell you about this system as I see it.
Thank you for sharing, brother. Definitely.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What
So
can you
this
get an
this number,
EIN number? Get a foreign state EIN number in France. Have you ever looked into that?
that was Sean asking the question.
Yeah, that's Sean.
Yeah, okay. Um, so you ask about the ERS
Cause y'all don't
number.
have
Yeah,
mine,
I
right?
have it. I have it here. You see, and as I told you last time, when France give to the African people the social insurance number, they are already registered in USC Corp as a US person.
Okay, yeah, I
I don't
remember.
know.
Okay, so what I was asking, I know
Hmm.
over here we can call the IRS and we can get a foreign estate number. I was
Okay.
asking that. I don't know if you can do that there or not. And
Where in France or
yeah,
no, no, no.
is that the only number that they'll let you have? Is the SIN number?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that's wild. That's real wild how you're registered over here though. That's real crazy.
Yeah, I remember him mentioning that yesterday, and I'm like, like what?
Like, yeah, that's real crazy.
You should check out about the the US person. The US person was a deal made by the banksters of United Snakes of America with the the Europe crookers.
Mm.
Because when they say that America came to save France from Nazism, that was the deal. That's the moment when French was registered uh, um, at US Corp as a corporation. Before
Hmm.
that, it was a it was not a corporation. See,
Yeah.
so
Most
the
definitely.
fact of turning the countries into corporation for me it was after the second World War, and
Yep.
for us in Kemet, it happened during the time they said independence period. There was never independence for us. It was just slavery, more. Um, I don't have the word to say it, but so this is it.
So is the Uniform Commercial Code, is it in any way related to the Jews or the powers that be or the Ashkenazi Jews or whatever? Is it?
Um, I don't really know. I haven't really looked into the history of it. I've been more trying to figure this. Um,
So here's why I'm asking. I believe me, Calico, and Taz did a show about I could be wrong, but two of us or three of us did a show about Rabbi like Finkelstein or something.
Finkelstein, yeah,
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you know about him. So
yeah, I
you
know
know.
about this fucker.
So he knows. So you know that he's an authoritative figure of who's running the game, right?
Yeah,
He 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 did an interview where he just was blatant about any question that he was asked, and part of it was that he don't, we're all Goyans to him, the white man, the black man, and everybody underneath them. And what they do is they just play the game. They just chess masters, and they play the game. They don't really care about the white man. But if it's necessary to use him for them to get the results that they want, then they'll put the white man on us. If at any time it's feasible or advantageous for them to switch to letting blacks back in charge, then they'll do that. They fund both sides of the war on purpose. They create the wars, start the wars. They do the divides and conquers, and they're actually playing us like pawns.
yeah, that's what everything is about. Basically, it's 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 about control. It's always been about control.
But how can we ever flip anything is the if the people that are in control are just like bouncing us back, creating hate, making us all hate each other, playing race, uh, switching poles if need be.
I feel like on a massive scale, it's really nothing we can do. Really, I mean, it'll take like a great awakening of every really if all the people wake up and stand up, then but that's what it would take, and that shit ain't gonna happen.
And even then, stand up to what? If anything that we do, we know from Oklahoma and all other kinds of stuff, the Tuskegee experiment, even COVID, we know that we're going to be met with bio warfare, chemicals in the air,
I mean, we
toxic
would have to stand up like
water.
all together. It would have to be like a full day, like to a point you would have to nuke the whole United States type of thing.
Right, because otherwise we can't do anything if they
I mean,
wanted
yeah,
to declare martial law.
you can't. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to get this money and try to live as good as I can for the rest of my days on this earth, and that's what it is.
Okay.
I might leave. Shit, I might move to like Jamaica and try to buy a piece of Jamaica or some shit like that.
Right, and so yeah, other than doing it this way, and
Yo,
what do you think would happen if like not through my show because I don't have enough subscribers, but what if this shit caught on like um like fire and Sean you telling everybody how to go do this, how to go that. What if the people woke the fuck up and started doing what we're talking about doing, which is buying back our straw man or declaring sovereignty or freeing ourselves from whatever. What do you think that will happen with us
I
and
feel like we would just
keeping
we would live
Oklahoma
the
in
way we're
mind?
supposed to live. Like we would be over the government. We would run it. It would go back to a republic. It
I
would go
said
back
keeping
to
Oklahoma in mind.
yeah. I
And
just
you know what happened once blacks was doing our thing and
mhm.
we had our little Black Wall Street and
I mean, we all the white people, the Hispanic people, like everybody would have to. It couldn't just be the black people. They would just murder us. We would just start dying in groves and shit. Like it was some new disease that only fucked up black
That can never happen. They are still trying to kill us off
people. Yep.
on this earth
I feel like
for.
everyone would have to stand
Huh?
up.
so
How are they gonna do
we
that?
would stand up, but they dropped bombs in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Right, but that
But I
was
mean,
only,
you gotta.
that was
It's just a
only a
small. That's a small percentage of people in the grand
right,
scheme of
a
things. Like
very small
you're not gonna
percentage.
bomb the whole U.S.
Right,
No, but they bombed the whole what we had built on Wall Street, and people from all over the world was coming to do commerce in Oklahoma and what we had built.
But it was
right,
Yep.
mostly niggas though.
right. What if there was one of those in every hood? Not don't say let's not say hood, but in every you have a Black Wall Street, you have a
Hmm.
Hispanic Wall Street, you have a Caucasian Wall Street, you have an Asian Wall Street, and everybody is just on the same boat where they're saying, you know what, we're not gonna go for this anymore, and we're not gonna
Hmm.
follow the system. We're gonna
But
become the system.
our
That would
And
have to happen.
right, that's
everything
what
we
would have
do
to
is
happen.
being recorded, though. We don't have no secrecy.
And
I,
that's why the whole thing is divide and conquer.
yeah,
The art of war. It's all about
it's
always
all about it. It's chess.
fighting
It's
about right. We playing checkers, they playing chess. While we worried about why Will Smith went and slapped the shit out of this little dude, they
hmm
making moves behind curtain, and not even behind because they're doing it out in
it's
the
in your
open.
face. Yeah, it's
We
just
don't
you.
entertain to realize this shit going on. And once we realize that shit's going on, well, then I mean, I
I
don't
feel
want
like for most people, it's gonna be too much to swallow.
right,
For the average person, you're not gonna be able to just like if you teach somebody religion, you can't break their religion. You're not gonna be able to really tell
right,
them that everything that they thought they knew was a lie, and
right, yeah,
like they
yeah.
gonna be like, "You lying."
Cognitive dissonance.
There's people, family members, that are willing to fight you for their beliefs.
Yeah,
Yep.
Look, I said that's why I had to detach myself from so many of my family, because my family are hardcore Catholics, so, and
Hmm.
I knew that they were never going to change their ways, so now I'm literally like the antichrist for them, like,
Yeah.
so I'm not gonna wait around for these motherfuckers to lynch me and shit. No, fuck y'all, I'm out of here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been the black sheep all my life. I'm gonna keep doing that shit, and I'm gonna ride it out, and I'm gonna keep going, But I ain't finna fall for the okie doke.
Yup.
Y'all
I
keep
can't
drinking.
either. But I feel like that's the biggest thing is they tell you but they don't tell you. So you're used to hearing it, but you're not used to hearing it. It's in everything you see, it's in everything you watch, it's in the music you listen to. Like it's
And
some
every
brainwashing every day you wake up, you being
every
brainwashed throughout the entire day. So
right,
the average person ain't gonna want to wake up from that. It's like
right,
the Matrix. It's exactly like the movie Matrix. Like the average person ain't gonna want to wake up from that shit.
right,
Like,
They don't want to wake up.
right.
Even if you explain them
yup.
for years, they don't want.
They go like, you
They tend
lying.
to drink it. Yeah.
That sounds like fraud.
But really, for me, it's more at a spiritual level.
Hmm.
Um, because mm, all this concept of maritime law were teach to humanity by one entity that Yahsinni knows a lot, the god of the flood.
Right.
Hmm.
This is the one who teach humanity maritime law. He is the one who teach um, to build walls, like for the star forts. You see, star forts and land and water fusing together. You see what I'm going? So spiritually, people are praying an entity. We don't want them to wake up.
What?
This is the main problem for me, especially for the melanated ones. We don't want to quit these religions that are enslaving them, and that's it. So
Yep.
if we can break the curse spiritually, maybe it will give some effect on the material level.
Yep. That's what
This is
I'm
what
gonna
I
just.
think.
I'm gonna try to just change as many people as I can. And if you can't get it, I'll at least make your life better. I mean,
Right, right,
we'll go
right.
from there.
Use
Pretty
the
much all you can do.
in the end, you have to be okay for you to be able to help anybody. If you're not okay,
Hmm.
you can't help your family, you can't help your kids, you can't help your auntie, you can't
Yep.
help your neighbor, you can't help nobody. So everybody, that tells you being egotistical. Yeah, I'm embracing my motherfucking ego because it's all about me. Because without me, and if I don't do the right thing, then this household is gonna fall apart. Not
Yep.
because not because they can't make it on their own, because they will make it on their own, but because of their ignorance, they're gonna make certain choices that would not otherwise. If I'm here, or if I'm providing them with my concept of how I see reality or whatever, But with that said, brothers, sisters, we are inching up on
Yeah. So
4 hours.
getting there.
We
4 hours,
greatly
yeah.
appreciate everybody for the build. It was another extraordinary one. It was very instructional. I think that we're gonna see the brother again. Like I said before, hopefully we will. If you have any questions, any comments, if you catch this later on, post it in the comments. Make sure that you go to all our channels, and subscribe, and check out all our content, whether it be going into Sister Yahsinni and Yahsinni in the house. If you go check out Brother Leave, D Calico, Shawn on TikTok, myself, you guys already know you can find me under the Tazz Show in most in all of the social media sites. So we appreciate you greatly. So I'll have everybody one by one just say their last piece real quick, and we'll start. We'll leave the best for last, so we'll leave Shawn for the very end, so he could give us our closing statements. And we could start probably with Sister Yasini, you wanna take the lead and lead us out?
Absolutely. Once again, I always said Taz is the hostess with the mostest, so I appreciate him doing his thing, keeps everything under control, everything balanced in here. Sean, Sean, you're welcome on my show, Taz Show, Calico Show, anybody show, any damn time. We look at you as like, even though you're not young, you still exude youth to us because you're not all like ripped and battered by all the stuff that we had to come through, but you are remaining strong in your youth. You are remaining that leadership that we want and look for in the youth. We invited you here because you are articulate and you know we don't like you walking by faith on our channel. If you want to, you can, but we prefer that you know things. We prefer that you stand up under the ledge or over the ledge, walk all the way around and check out all the angles, and then come on the show, which I feel strong as hell that you did that. And
Mm-hmm.
so one day we're gonna make a PowerPoint. I'm gonna hook you and Tass up. We're gonna PowerPoint this whole thing for those. I want to say UCC-1 for dummies, but I don't want to say I want them to understand that this is lingo. This is just lingo. You and Mr. Prophet. Together, we're going to all grow. We're not going to sell the knowledge. We're going to tell the knowledge. We want everybody to be on board because that's what it's going to take for us to move even an inch. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they had our they had our brains mentally handcuffed, but now those cuffs are off, and it's time for us to soar. And people like you, people like Mr. Prophet, people like Taz Calico, and even our brother Gordine. We
And don't
all
tell
My
yourself
real name. So let me. My real name is not good. My name is Bala. Balla.
Bala.
Tyler,
Yeah. Yeah.
welcome to the show.
Thank you.
You're good with us. You're good with us. Yeah, anytime y'all seen us in the house, you're welcome on my platform.
Thank
But
you.
I
Thank
just
you.
want to say big ups to my nephew for standing up, not hiding or being shy or saying, "Oh, I can't do that." As soon as I told him, I said, and Calico, don't be tripping, but I said, "We gotta go live now." My nephew was on it, and it was like, "Yeah, yeah, I'll do it." You did it. You did a tremendous job. You
Yeah.
did a tremendous
we,
job.
we
So
appreciate
peace to the
you.
panel, all the panel. Peace to Taz for being the hostess, and peace to Sean for being a gracious guest.
Most
That's
definitely,
me
most
in the house, and I'm out.
Most definitely. So if we could, I'm not sure if Brother Leaf is still with us, but if he is, Brother Leaf, can you tell the people your last words, your closing words, if you're still with us? He sent me a text, so he might be gone for the rest of the day. But be sure to catch him under brother. He's Brother Leaf, aka Mr. Prophet. You could catch him at the round table. He has a group on what is the name of this thing on Telegram. You could check out his group, the round table under the on the Telegram. It's a great group, so make sure that you check him out. And and we have the Empress Asher. Teresa, welcome,
All
Teresa.
right, that's a red
Uh,
on the late show. That's good. You can come backstage with us.
Most definitely. So be sure to check out Brother Prophet and in all the platforms. We're gonna be launching his website real soon. So stay tuned for that. You know, there's gonna be something special coming. You know, with his website as soon as
And
we
before you play any outro music, Sean, can you stay with us for an extra 5 minutes or so after we sign off?
Yeah. I can do like extra 5
All
minutes.
right, peace. All right.
Most definitely. So, Brother Calico, if you're still in the building, can you give us your closing statements and tell the people where they can find you if you're still here? I'm not sure if the brother's still here or
He might be here. He might be mute.
not. Yeah.
Calico, if you here, unmute.
Right. So, brother Bala, can you tell the people your closing statement? We appreciate you coming again, and tell them where they could find you and whatever you might wanna and as your closing statement.
Okay, thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure to be with you. I was listening for a couple of hours before joining you. Here it's 7 o'clock in the morning, so I don't know what time is it at
It's,
your
it's 12 a.m.
12?
here.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, it's midnight where I'm at.
okay, okay. So
So
it
we
was a great build, and I have so much things to say, but I think it will be for the next time. And I'll try to invite some of my French people here who can speak English and try to build something much way better. It's almost good. And Shawn is really on point, and it's a real pleasure to be with you. That's all I have to say.
appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. And myself, as you guys know, you guys already know me. I'm your humble brother Taz. You could find me under Tasmaniac TV and the Tazz Show. If you're looking for me on Facebook, you can find me under Tasmaniac Wolf on FB, or you could contact me at Campos Academy LLC at gmail.com. That is my personal email, my business email. So be sure to send me a message at your request. Any shows that you might think that you would like to see us touch base on or whatever. Be sure that you like, share, and subscribe. If you haven't, check out all of our channels. We appreciate you. We love you. And with that said, I will leave the man with the master plan with the last words of the night. Thank you so much, brother. We appreciate you. We love you, and we hope that you continue to pass this message on to everybody and anybody that is looking and willing to listen to the information. So if you could tell us your last closing statements, we greatly appreciate you.
Oh man, I just appreciate y'all having me on the platform. I've been looking for somebody to talk to about this for a while. It's just been going around in my head, and majority of people I talk to just look at me like I'm crazy, or I even somebody told me it was fraud. So I'm like, yeah, you're not ready for it. But I mean, I would just like to say, just do your own research, look into stuff. Like it's a lifestyle. It's not just stuff you're gonna do in a short time. It's how you gotta live in life. So you should definitely read the UCC. You should definitely read the Redemption Manual. The Redemption Manual will tell you the first parts of becoming a secure party creditor. It'll also tell you about the money system and everything. And then the UCC will actually tell you how to perform in commerce. You can find me at Boss Mafia LLC on Instagram and TikTok. If you got any questions, just hit me up there. And I'm out.
I was speaking and I didn't and I was muted, but Sister Yahsinni, if you could put the brothers Cash App up so the family, if if they're interested in supporting the brother, everything will be appreciated. He held down for 4 hours with us. That is greatly appreciated. So you could get a hold of him under Money Sign Pay with Sauce, and check. Make sure that you show him some love. We greatly appreciate you, brother. And with that said, we're gonna is brother Calico, are you back or you gone? Yeah, I think he's gone. He's still gone. So with that said, we appreciate everybody. Make sure that you check us out. This is the ending of the second part of UCC-1 Education. For those who know, from those who know, part two. So we appreciate you. We love you. Hope to see you on the next one. And with that said, we're going to leave you guys the exact same way that we came to you. In peace.
This all the time, and I swear it won't stop. These people throwing shade, I be throwing sun rays. Some people want fame, I be putting you on.
Ouais.